Stage 3 of the virtual Tour of the Gila today, the Queen stage, as we get ready for the virtual Gila Monster on the way up in one of the biggest climbing days of really the year on the American racing calendar. And this will be a big one after a big upset yesterday in the pro women, a dominant performance in the pro men. A little bit of a different course today, but we'll still see some beautiful Gila scenery and certainly get a challenging course on the way up to the top of today's climb. Brad Soner here with Lauren Hall. We'll be joined by Garrett Peloton a little bit later on in the day here as well. As we get ready for our second day of climbing, Lauren, I think the big story yesterday was in the women's race. We start with our pro men this morning. And let's talk about yesterday very quickly because Bouchard Hall with a great ride after the time trial. There were a lot of questions as to who those big stars would be on the climb, but saw a huge ride from Kevin Bouchard Hall and getting a victory, but not the first time that we've seen a Bouchard Hall winning here. His brother Derek did it way back in 2000, I think. We'll talk about that in a little bit as well. But how about the confidence coming in today? I have to think that Bouchard Hall is a guy to watch today.
No doubt, but just as he said yesterday in his interview, he was on the ropes at the beginning of the climb. We saw that in the Zoom room with him just standing, sitting, shaking his head. But he had gotten his intel from his brother from years and years ago. So, yeah, maybe he's talked to him a little bit more about today's course as well.
Like we said, this was one of the unique courses of the Echelon Racing League here in Season 2. We did a lot of criteriums early on in the schedule, and then coming into a time trial and then big climb this weekend's really this third week of racing was a defining week in the schedule as we're going to be heading back to the Tolson Tough Intelligentsia Cup January 22nd and 23rd. Those will both be criterium formats, and then Joe Martin Stage Race is back to sort of a road racing format. So it was really interesting watching the first real big road race of the day yesterday, and a lot on both in the GC and for our trophies here at the Tour of the Gila. We've been talking about these very cool race winners trophies. Our GC winners from our pro women's and pro men's field will be receiving these unique black on white trophies that are reminiscent of the Mimbres people style of pottery. We're going to learn about some of that history as well. But one of the coolest parts of the history surrounding Tour of the Gila, you got to love that about this race.
Yeah, how beautiful are those pieces of artwork, like you're saying, and that's just the historical factor of Tour of the Gila and the community that comes together and just shows off what it has to offer. You know, not just a whole bunch of climbing, but some beautiful artists there as well.
Well, and of course, we'll talk about the NFT as well, although I think most of our riders are at this point now familiar. They're all getting their wallets set to go. Stage 3 last year at the Gila Monster as well. This was very similar to, well, we're going to be doing the exact same course. I thought it would be important to go back and look at how things played out back in 2000, well, what was 2021, just to kind of see how the racing played out, because it was a little different heading into that.
Yeah, Brad, and looking back at historical races is such a great way to know what's going to play out in today's race and give a little insight of probably how racing happens and when it shakes out. So it's always good to look back to see how it played out a couple years ago.
Yeah, and you can see a lot of the familiar names. Godby was there. We saw Easler was there. Eleanor Wiseman back this year as well. Had a good ride with the Amy D Foundation. But this year, the addition of Julia Scalu, our winner in the Pro Women's race yesterday. So in our women's field, we're finally seeing some competition for Jackie Godby, and I think that's a welcome change to this field.
Yeah, Scalu finally getting a chance to shine on the climbs and showing how she definitely has the ability on the uphill risers just to take it to Godby. And even Godby's kind of welcoming this hard effort too.
And eventually we saw on to the final climb. Wiseman made it a group of 4 before coming unglued off the back. That sent that group of 3. Godby, O'Mara, and Easler back up to the front. But then eventually we saw Alexandra O'Mara drop a big attack, and then Godby responded to this. I would not be surprised to see a similar scenario with 3 of our pro women making it to the line together, because we have 3 very strong pro women that we saw on the climb yesterday. But eventually Jackie Godby came over the top at about 200 meters to go, and Jackie Godby did what Jackie Godby does best, finishing at the top of the climb. But O'Mara gave her a good run for her money. So this was the early stages of the Jackie Godby dominance of last year's Echelon Racing League.
And she definitely honed her craft, hasn't she?
And you can see this was one of the first celebrations we ever saw from Jackie Godby. Little did we know how many more times we would see that celebration, sometimes in different settings as life took her around the country. But Jackie Godby got a huge win on the Gila Monster last year. But it's a different Jackie Godby that we're looking at here in 2022. She's got a lot more experience on the RGT platform. We're seeing more challengers come, more competitors trying to challenge Jackie Godby. So I think this year's race on the Gila Monster is going to be a lot different, Lauren. When you have that extra level of competition, it really changes things.
Yeah, you can swap out mobs essentially yesterday for Wiseman from this race, and it's the same battle, and Scalu going head to head and going to take it to Godby for sure.
Well, Godby finished last year with just over 2 hours. 2:07:56 was our winning time last year for Jackie Godby. Elena O'Mara coming in just behind her. So it'll be interesting to compare those times with our pro women and then our pro men last year as well. I have a feeling we may see a faster time this year in our pro men's field. I think the pro men raced a little conservatively last year, and so I wouldn't be surprised to see the times continuing to lower as more and more riders figure out the platform. Last year we saw big attacks from Zach Nair. He is back. This was Patrick Wall who had a big go as well, riding for the insured squad, but it was the early attacks. This was very different to the way that we saw the pro women's race work out, as they sent a big group in the line. It was a rider named Tom Thrall that took a sprint to the line. So not as tough of an uphill finish this year either, Lauren. I mean, the climbing is more spread out on the Gila Monster stage.
Yeah, but all that climbing adds up. And that's kind of what we saw yesterday. Again, like those first early kickers just kind of make everybody slightly nervous, and they don't really get to settle in much. And so all that kind of adds up. And then, especially these last 2 days, it's been hard racing up until this point. So, I still think it's a really hard day, even if it is not as sustained climb.
You see Tom Thrall with a hour 47 for his ride last year. Zach Nair was just behind him. Nair is back. Warner is back. Thomas is back. A lot of names on this list will be back in today's race, so we'll be keeping an eye on those names. Here's the course today. Again, the is not really where the sting is in this course, Lauren. It's these lumps in the middle of the course.
But you see all these lumps are more towards the end. So I just still think this is it's going to be a hard race no matter what. These guys always take it to each other. We've seen these breaks go up the road early, and those just kind of wear and tear on these guys towards the end of the day. So, yeah, today still hard racing no matter what.
46 miles. They're doing point to point, going to pick up about 3,500 feet of elevation with a max gradient of 8%. But again, there's much climbing on this stage. It's huge. So, all right, we are just a couple minutes away from our race start here. We have a special welcome before we get started today.
Hi, everyone. I'm Silver City Mayor Ken Ladner, and I'd like to welcome you to our virtual tour of the Gila and wish each of you the best of luck. You will explore some of our challenging terrain outside of Silver City and experience why the Tour of the Gila has become such a classic and why we have some of the best road cycling in the world. We are also working hard to make sure Silver City is ready to welcome you back in person in May, where you will be able to experience firsthand the rest of our outdoor recreation. In addition to being designated as the gateway to the Continental Divide Trail, we also offer world-class dining, local art, and the friendliest folks you'll find anywhere. So enjoy the ride, and we'll be seeing you real soon.
Can't wait to be in Silver City in person this year. There is our Pro Men's Field, or some of our Pro Men's Field, in our SIS Zoom room. You see them starting to ramp up that inside of 20 seconds to our race start as these guys max out their power. When that clock hits zero, they will be as hot as possible. So see Kevin Bouchard Hall in the middle right of your screen as yesterday's winner is back today. He'll have a big old target on his back, Lauren.
No doubt, Brad. This is kind of his race to lose, and everybody's probably going to take it to him, I would imagine. So he's got a little bit of weight on his shoulders from the gun today.
Looks like everybody's safely off the line. The other thing you always worry about at the start of these virtual races, make sure everyone's connected and everything's working. Sometimes you never know until they leave the start line, but looks like everyone rolled out. You hate to have an early race mechanical. We did have one yesterday as we saw the Above and Beyond Cancer rider, Matt Usborne, with a dropout. He was a DNF, which means he's a DNS this morning. Stage race rules apply here in the Echelon Racing League. So if you do not complete a day of racing, you do not get to continue the next day. So -1 on the start list as we lost Usborne to a technical yesterday, but his Above and Beyond Cancer team is back today. You see Hayden Warner with the stunner shades in the upper left corner of the SIS Zoom room. They must have a sponsorship on the Above and Beyond Cancer team with the cool sunglasses.
Yeah, you think so, Brad? It's a bummer that we lost Usborne yesterday. He's such a character in the Zoom and his cell block H. But yeah, where he leaves off, his teammate will definitely pick up the pieces, I'm pretty sure. So it's a bummer that we lost him yesterday to technical difficulties. I was hoping he would get to the finish line, but yeah, like you said, I think these guys will pick up the pieces for him.
All right, well, as we wait for the first break of the day to go, I want to bring in race director Jack Brennan with us here for our third day of virtual coverage from Silver City, New Mexico. Jack, before we start, you have the best wardrobe of the Echelon Racing League so far, by far. So I want to start with the Western Mexico Unity Mustangs official team jersey, which our own Garrett Peltonen just launched a little bit. Jack, first, can you model it for us?
I'll try. Let's see what he got here. So here's my jersey. Get up a little bit higher. It's Western Mexico University cycling.
I love it.
So it's
I love it.
So these are great. All the proceeds go back to Garrett and the cycling club at Western. So anybody that's interested in getting the jersey, contact me through Brad or somebody, and we'll work out getting you a jersey.
We'd be happy to set you up. I love all the new stuff happening in Silver City, but we also love to talk about the history of the Tour of the Gila as well. Jack, you sent me yesterday the results from Derek Bouchard Hall's win when his brother Kevin won yesterday. You had the original printed, scanned results from Derek Bouchard Hall's win at the 2000 Tour of the Gila stage race. I love this. Some really familiar names on this list, guys that would come back to your race as race directors or team directors or owners, director sportifs. I see a lot of familiar names in American cycling, but it has to be cool to look back and think back on 2000. Did you ever think you'd be doing a virtual Tour of the Gila when Derek Bouchard Hall was winning stages?
No, of course not. No, it was back in 2000. When there was the internet back then, but I wasn't on that, so no idea.
I have a feeling Kevin didn't know either that he would be winning the race that his brother was winning.
I met Derek years ago in Colorado Springs when we had a race directors conference back there, and at a I went up to do myself, Jack Brennan from the Gila. I won Muskegon back in 2000. He goes, I'm not a climber, but I won it. And it's like his face lit up and stuff like that. So that year after the conference, I came back home, I found the results, and then photocopied them and mailed them off to Derek back up in Springs.
Everyone remembers their Gila win. Lauren hasn't stopped talking about it since hers in 2013. She won't shut up about it. It's all she wants to talk about all the time. No, well, you deserve it, Lauren. Jack, the other thing we've been talking about, new traditions at Tour of the Gila. You guys are launching a new women's category this year. You're going to be adding a category 1, 2, 3 race.
Correct. Really excited about this. Excited about getting women experiencing Gila. We never had a Cat 1, Cat 2 race for women. So what we did, we added, it'll be a 4-day race, women Cat 1, Cat 2, and Cat 3. 2 roads, the town and the downtown crit. And it should be, I think, a really good thing to add and get more people experiencing Gila. So I'm excited about it.
Yeah, huge opportunity for more riders. We're hoping that we're going to see some participants from our Echelon Racing League joining us in person in Silver City this year as well. So very excited about your addition of the women's stage race. So congratulations on that.
Thank you.
All right, let's get back to some racing. Jack, I know you're going to be hanging with us for a little bit. We'll have you back at the start of our pro women's race. You make the Western New Mexico University Mustang jersey look great. I wish I looked half as good in a kit as Jack Brennan does.
Keep trying, Brad. Keep on the program that Garrett's going to give you, and we'll let you have a jersey. So
all right, sorry,
while
I was just getting my reps in. I was doing Garrett's prescribed workout from yesterday after I built my super team between Dr. Ayala getting me right up top and Garrett's going to train me up for riding. I'm ready to go. Let's bring Garrett Peltonen in. Garrett, the Western New Mexico University jersey looks awesome. You can put at least one more in the next order. I think I'm a large, but I'd like to get down to a medium if you can help me with that.
I should be able to help you out, Brad. It'll be a little bit of work, but I think we can get there.
Well, Garrett, tell me a little bit more about the launch of the team. I know this has been sort of a long time in the making, but you, a former professional, came to Western Mexico University as a professor and said, we need a cycling team here. So what was that like, starting a collegiate cycling program?
Yeah, sort of. The reason why I did it is I have my roots in cycling. I started at U of A, did a couple of years there, and then UW-Madison before I went professional. And it was just a great experience. It was actually my first time. I got to fly on a airplane to mountain bike nationals in Albany, New York. And it was just a great experience. And I sort of want to implement that here. And especially Silver City can be definitely a hub of cycling. The weather is great year round. I think today is supposed to be almost 60 degrees, and in the winter, summer's not too hot. Roads are great for riding, especially with this new gravel trend. There's tons of gravel roads around. So I figured it'd be a great place to start a club, and, for competitive purposes, but also just for recreational purposes as well. Not everyone wants to become a professional. So the whole gambit of individuals can compete and participate. And I think it's just a great thing to get started. And I think we have about 20 members right now, and there's quite a bit of community support. I know Jack's super supportive, and ideally, we'd like to get some of these riders competing at the Tour of the Gila. So I think it's a great place to have a club and start a team. And who knows, maybe one day we can have, some riders that go on to develop to be good U.S. based riders.
I'm sure it's only a matter of time before we see a Mustang jersey on the podium at Tour of the Gila. I don't know if maybe they can do a guest ride after they go pro, come back and wear their Mustangs jersey in the pro race. Very cool, Garrett. All right, keeping an eye on the front of this group, 4 guys have separated here: Hardin, Slazy, Schaefer, and Samuel. We saw Travis Samuel attacking a lot yesterday. Same with Will Hardin here from the Project Echelon racing team. So these 4 trying to get a split going. Again, Lauren, I think it's very, very different riders that we see winning today. It's not that pure climb at the end. So a roller, if you will, can do well on a day like today.
Yeah, this is going to be a tough day for Derek. Is he winning?
I'm going to have trouble with that all day as well, so do not feel bad about it.
We'll just Bouchard Hall, hey? Then I can't go wrong. But no, Will out here instigating this break early, Project Echelon, repping that new kit, just trying to put those guys under pressure early. So, yeah, it's going to be a tough day for Bouchard Hall for sure.
Garrett, talk to me about this ride. I mean, this course going out, what is the climb like? How do you describe this course compared to what was almost like an alpine finish yesterday?
Yeah, today it's a little bit different. The stage is a little bit longer. It's about, 15 miles longer or so. And we're sort of doing some nice rolling hills, and in this stage like today, you go by Lake Roberts. There's a little lake in the Gila National Forest, and then we'll hang a left cross this little creek called the Sapio, and then you start a decent steep little climb up out of there, and basically it's rolling all the way to the finish. There's a little bit of descent once you get to the top of the climb, and then there's another little kicker going up to the finish, and so there is climbing, but someone who, is a good just all-arounder, if they can get over that first climb, then that climb to the finish isn't a pure climber's type of climb, and someone who's not a total climber could come away with the stage today.
All 4 of these guys are good all-rounders. I wouldn't consider any of these 4 a quote-unquote pure climber, but I think they can all get over the climbs today. So this break of 4 will be interesting. Will Hardin up here from the Project Echelon team. Again, we have access to the Project Echelon Discord that they've been using to communicate in the race. We're going to bring that up, listen to that a little bit, and see if we can glean any insight from what these guys are talking about. I don't know if there's much strategy to be had early on, but I do think it's interesting that this break of 4 was able to form after 7.5K.
Yeah, and hopefully they brought their arm warmers. We had a snowstorm maybe a week or so ago. So in this part of the course where they're actually riding today, there's a fair amount of snow. I think most of it is melted off the road, but yeah. So hopefully they have their arm warmers in their
I kind of like that. There's
pockets.
It's dynamic now. I like that X-Speed's actually organizing near the front. Yeah, right now we're not just power testing like every other day. Oh yes, we got a train, guys. We got a train.
Project Echelon getting organized.
Yeah, he doesn't know what he's talking about. Apparently he's never watched a virtual event. Got 4 guys near the front just tapping out 0 watts. It's just like KB Elite. we're up there with Evan. He's like, man, this is so great. Like, I'm having fun. And then all of a sudden, he's just off the bat gone. We hit that climb. Yeah. I was like, dude, I think there's a big climb coming up. And we all just got throttled.
Dude, Parent Cheese was like that too, where it's like, all right, this isn't bad. And we got to that cornfield, and we got like a half-mile long.
Recapping yesterday's scenario with Project Echelon, they were talking about how they were a little surprised about getting organized on the front. It's tough to do, but it sounds like Project Echelon getting their train going. Look at all these blue jerseys up on the front here.
Yeah, you know, Brad, listening in, I kind of feel like if I've got the voice right, it sounds like Eric is quite the cheerleader for the team, which is nice. I mean, he seems to be like the road captain, organizer. So, again, just trying to pick up on voices and who's who. But that's nice insight. It's always good to hear what those guys are having to say.
It's cool seeing all the team jerseys here from this view on the right side of the screen. You see Restart Racing in the kind of greenish kit, X Speed United, getting a good group of riders up there as well. Hugh Dog, Team Tour 2000, and then on in their new water-themed kits. We talked about those a little bit yesterday. Project Echelon debuting their new jersey in the game here on RGT. Take a look at Will Harden and Kevin Bouchard-Hall, yesterday's winner. Bouchard-Hall's got the hat on longer than he had it on yesterday. That thing lasted about 5 minutes on yesterday's stage.
That is like a telltale sign for him, isn't it? Like when the hat's off, it's like the gloves are off, like it's go time for him. It is kind of funny that that's his marquee signature move.
Garrett, we are always looking for nutrition insights. I'm trying to figure out what is in Kevin Bouchard-Hall's bowl right here. I think it's candy, maybe saltwater taffy. That's my guess. We like to make bad guesses about what riders are eating. So I'm going to guess saltwater taffy today.
Yeah, maybe my screen's not big enough. I thought it was jelly beans.
It could be jelly beans.
Garrett says jelly beans. Brad says taffy. I'm going to say like M&Ms or something.
There we go.
Oh, no.
Do we have any,
what are those Easter candies? The Easter almonds that are horrible?
or else, the Easter, like, the malt ones, too. You know, the, like,
yeah, like malt eggs. Yeah. I think it's a gummy product. I think it's some sort of, like, maybe like the watermelons. You know, the gummy watermelons. I see some pink and green in there. It's tough over Zoom. It's a Zoom connection, so we're doing our best. Maybe the RGB lighting from the keyboard is throwing things off, too, so it's tough to tell.
Let's hope they're not too gummy. We don't want them to waste energy chewing.
Right. See the scale in the background as well. The riders have to do their weigh-in before the Echelon Racing League races. It's one of the ways that they keep the racing fair. They have to record a video that shows their weight because you have to input your weight into the game to get a ratio. And they have to basically record a continuous video showing the game and the current time, the current date, and then themselves on and getting weighed. So there's no way to cheat the system. I'm guessing that's why the bathroom scale was right behind Kevin Bouchard-Hall's setup there.
I like that. That's just like in real life practice when the UCI comes by and waves their magic computer over your bike to see if you have a motor in there.
I was going to say the time trial jig. I hear all these horror stories about the time trial jigs that sometimes pass and then don't pass when you come back to ride. So luckily none of that in virtual racing. It's been interesting watching that process develop over the last few years because when the pandemic started or when virtual racing started, there were all these sort of overlooked things that we didn't think about. We got a crash course in how to even the playing field in virtual racing over the last few years, obviously, and accelerated development in e-racing over this COVID-19 pandemic. Mike Lister up on the front of this field here. Go ahead, Lauren.
I was just going to say, and it seems to be doing a good job because all these guys be racing honestly, and it's been fun racing to watch.
There was a Wild West period of virtual racing early on, but I think we've mostly worked through that. There's still some skeptics out there, but When you see how complex these verification processes are and how much work the riders have to do outside of just racing, it's actually really impressive. You always see the riders after they finish their ride, like, what's the first thing you want to do? Get off, get a drink, whatever, have something to eat. But a lot of them have to download their power files, upload them to the verification form. You have to make sure it logs your ride, put your ride on your training platform, whatever it is. So as the importance of data grows in training, there's a certain workload that's getting transferred to the riders as well. You also have to be a little bit of an IT specialist in order to do this now. Sometimes there's some network troubleshooting that you have to do. You have to know, I guess, a little bit about how to pair Bluetooth and stuff like that. So you're not just a bike racer anymore. But Garrett, it's just like being a pro. Sometimes you had to learn how to change your own tire. There's not always a mechanic there with a spare wheel for you.
Yeah, definitely. It's to have this responsibility, and there's certain rules. Just try to make it fair to everyone. And yeah, I remember going back to the time trial measuring by the UCI or whatnot. There's always, someone who had to put their saddle back or something like that, and so there's always some sort of rules we got to abide by. But as you're saying, that tries to make it fair across the board for everyone.
Good look at Jaden Yeager from Wisconsin, the Restart Racing rider, displaying his national champions jersey. He's a Masters time trial national champion and also a member of the Esports World Championship team, selected to the World Championship squad last year.
Brad, if he can get over the climb, I think he'd be a good asset for Kevin, kind of going through those rollers up to that final kicker. So it'll be interesting if Yeager, can do that. I don't know how long that climb is, but I think it would be enough that he could get over there.
Yeah, if nothing else, Jaden Yeager has been incredibly consistent this season. I mean, every stage of the Echelon Racing League, he's always at least in the mix. Certainly one of the guys, the separations or splits that sometimes happen in these groups. So, yeah, Jaden Yeager sitting in then overall as well. So, he's in the hunt for the overall, but I think the teams are starting to get a better idea of who their GC riders are each week as we have more and more of these stage races. They kind of get a better idea of who the GC hunters are and who the stage hunters are. This is your current GC situation with Kevin Bouchard-Hall turning in an hour 57.08 total. Ben Thomas just behind him at an hour 58.14, and then Jaden Yeager sitting in third overall in the GC. So Thomas going to need to beat Kevin Bouchard-Hall by a pretty big margin today if he wants to take the GC win. But it looks more and more like Kevin Bouchard-Hall might be going home with his own Gila pottery trophy to add to his collection, Lauren.
Yeah, and I was also looking, through that top 10, and you've got Zach Nair and Matt Zimmer. Matt Zimmer had a great ride yesterday, and, you got Will Harden up here kind of setting the race up for those guys, and that could potentially be something that Matt or Zach try and go across to and put some pressure on Kevin. But, yeah, it's going to be hard to take anything away from Kevin today. But, these guys got to take it to him for sure. So I think, that's Will's early work right here. Set those guys up, try and get over the climb, and do the best he can through those rollers to the finish.
You can see the elevation profile on the bottom of the screen. They still got a while before they get to the first steep climb of the day, but they're on this long grind right now on the way up. Garrett, this looks like it hurts. I'm thinking of a chip seal road, slight uphill, maybe a little headwind. It just feels like you're riding through molasses.
It's definitely a grind. The scenery is beautiful if you're out there. There's some nice pine trees, etc. But it's a bit of a grind, and especially, it takes, I know always for me when I was racing, it would take an hour or two of, racing before, especially in these stage races, before your legs actually felt good from the previous day's efforts. So some people, get into the swing of things a little quicker, but for me, it always took, an hour or so before my legs finally opened up on these later stages of a stage race. So we'll see how all the riders respond to the day number 3 of this tough racing today.
Yeah, I was going to say, Gila is famous for their chip seal roads, and you just, like you said, Brad, you're just riding in molasses. It just feel like you have no leg speed. You're going nowhere. And day 3 of Gila, yeah, you're pretty tired. And like you said, this little riser, well, this little, I mean, it's just a continuous effort and just no mercy in this race.
Garrett, is usually pretty windy out there. I mean, are you exposed on this section of the course? We talked a lot in the time trial about comparing times to real life. It wasn't really fair because the winds play such a factor in that Tyrone time trial, especially as you get into some of those open sections. But like where they are right now, I guess just leaving Silver City on the way up to the climb, would this be considered exposed? Like what are the conditions usually like?
Yeah, I would say wind plays more of a factor, as we mentioned in the time trial and in yesterday's Magyar stage, because those were more exposed and more of, I don't want to say desert riding, but just a little bit more exposed. Here, we're a little bit higher up in the mountains, and today's stage I think goes almost over 8,000 feet, and maybe a little bit lower, but we're in 7,000 feet for most of the stage, and there's a lot of trees, big ponderosa pines, so there's a lot of coverage. You're sort of in these little canyons, so there's not a lot of wind. However, there are certain areas where you can get some pretty strong gusts, and you got to be on your heels waiting for crosswinds and those type of things. So, but today, wind is probably a little bit less of a factor, but as Lauren was saying, the sort of rougher chip sealed roads, it might help to, run a little less tire pressure, so you absorb some of that shock on the chip seal, but otherwise it's just putting out the watts and pushing along.
Talked about the elevation gain on this course. You kind of go through a few different climates, Lauren. Like you're in the desert, and then you get up into some trees, and then you get up really high, and it changes a lot.
I was going to say, anybody going to the in real life tour of the Gila this year should probably listen in, because I feel like we've got some pretty good insight going on and of what to expect. And thinking about that, Garrett, when you roll out of town on this last day and you're on the highway and there's just big rollers, and like you said, you're totally exposed right there. And then it's not until you kind of turn that left hand and you drop in, and then another left kind of like back into the trees, that you're like, okay. For us, the women's race, I felt like that was when we had already started the attacks and the breaks, and I remember there being a sprint line super early in that race, just like, oh my god, just no mercy. Come on, guys, like give us a freaking break here. But yeah, it's such a beautiful course when you race through the mountains, and yeah, you go from just wide open exposure, like you're saying, Brad, up into the pine trees, and yeah, Garrett saying there's a little bit of snow on the ground. It's just if you can, when you have a chance to take in the scenery, it's absolutely gorgeous race in person.
Yeah, and Silver City is kind of unique in the standpoint that we kind of sit in this transition zone between the higher forested areas, and then to the south of us is the Chihuahuan Desert. So we're in this transition zone, and it's kind of neat. It's kind of this high desert area, but then you just go just a little bit north. There's this town called Pinos Altos, which is 10-minute drive from town here, and you're in the complete pine trees. So there's quite a few of these different zones of different types of vegetation that grow, and you get the desert to the pine to the canyon type of experience, and I think that's kind of neat, especially for racers that come down here, and if you actually pay attention and aren't just staring in the wheel in front of you, take a look around once in a while, and it's kind of neat to go through all these different zones.
Garrett, I've done a training camp in Silver City, actually over Christmas, in between Christmas and New Year's. And yeah, the roads were clear enough. There was snow on the ground, and you're also, something to take into fact for day 3 of this race is you're at 6,200 feet, 7,000 feet. So the recovery process of day 3 at this point is gone out the window, and yeah, like everything just hurts because you can't recover near as fast as you can at sea level. But it's a beautiful place to be, even in the winter, like you're saying.
Definitely, and it's funny, a lot of people, even now, you say you live in southwest New Mexico, and they think you're just sort of in this flat kind of barren desert, and it's definitely far from that. And even when I was racing, I didn't quite realize you come down here, and the town itself is at about 6,000 feet, depending on where you are in town. And then today's stage, you go up to about 8,000 feet. Most of it's at about 7,000 feet plus. So the altitude definitely does play a role. And one thing nice about the weather is the elevation is high enough where the summer it doesn't get too hot. The hottest part in the summer usually 90. But they're shade from the trees. And then in the winter, you can train year round. Today it's supposed to be in the 60s or close to 60s. So it's kind of good year round, but we do get some snow once in a while. In the higher mountains, it sticks around, but down here in town, it usually melts within a handful of days. So it's a good place to have a training camp, which I'm sure you know, Lauren, and especially if you bring a mountain bike or a gravel bike. The amount of paved roads, there aren't a ton of them. Tour of the Gila basically covers almost all of them. But if you have a little gravel road or gravel bike, there's roads all over the place that you can explore.
It's an outlet as well. I mean, it's not just riding. There's obviously plenty of hiking around. You have the Gila River nearby. Great rafting if you're into that. It's an outdoor playground in Southwest New Mexico for sure. So go ride for sure, but definitely spend some time to do some other stuff because it really is a wonderland out there. And like Garrett said, all the different climates that you get through, it's like if you don't want to ride in the trees anymore, you can go ride in the desert. You can go horseback riding. You can go dirt biking. Lauren and I were talking about Supercross last night. We're on the Supercross mood now. But it really is incredible, the breadth of options that you have for outdoor activities. You can stop by Gila Hike and Bike right in town in Silver City. They'll get you all set up on your outdoor adventure before or after your race.
Yeah, and to put a little plug in for the bike shop, it's a great little place to stop in town. They'll direct you to the right places to go riding, hiking. They're the locals that know all the trails, know the area really well. So definitely stop by there and say hi, and they'll help you out.
Reminder, if you want to come race in the amateur races this year, Tour of the Gila is offering 10% off amateur race registration through next weekend. Just use code GILA2022. So if you're on the fence about making the trip to Tour of the Gila out to the pushes you over the edge, and we'll see you there in person April 27th to May 1st. Again, 10% off for amateur race registration with Gila 2022. It's a great race for amateur riders to try out, Lauren, especially as an intro to stage racing. If you're a Category 3 or Category 2 rider that maybe hasn't had the chance to do the stage race, it's a great chance to go and do 4 days for our new women's stage race and the amateur stage race or amateur multi-day racing as well. Big opportunity.
No doubt, you've got Joe Martin, you've got Redlands, and then to come to a place like Silver City, altitude, a bit more climbing than sustained climbing than those races. It's just a dynamic race and a good palmares to add to your list of successes if that's in your realm. And as a sprinter, it was always just good climbing training for me, and I loved being a great domestique to all my climbers always, and to see them just in their element, it was always a great weekend for me. So yeah, this is definitely a race you should go to.
A lot of people say, I'm not a climber, I wouldn't do well at Tour of the Gila, but just being there and doing a stage race certainly gets you a lot of experience. I mean, the value is there just to race 4 days in a row.
Yeah, there aren't too many of these type of races, around anymore that, everyone can access, whether you're pro to a Cat 3 rider, etc. Anyone can access this type of racing at the Tour of the Gila. So I think that makes it really, really unique as well. And it's, sort of what Lauren was saying. Even when I do it, I wasn't a climber, but you'd come here and you would ride really hard. You'd try to help out your teammates. And one of the positives that came from it was these 4 or 5 days of racing. When you're riding that hard in the mountains at altitude, you would get really fit coming out of this race, and it would set you up really well for subsequent races. So even if you're not a climber, I use it as a great race just to get fit and to set me up, help my teammates, and to set me up for other races in the season as well.
I see a lot of riders use Tour de Gila, especially, its position in the calendar early on. Pretty much every, domestic American bike racer, the season goes through Silver City, New Mexico. We were talking yesterday about Kristen Armstrong, all of her gold medal campaigns in the Olympics. They always had one thing in common, and it started with a trip to Silver City in the spring. So it's a great place to kind of kick off the season. Some pretty incredible winners on that list with Kristen Armstrong. We talked about Mara Abbott, the winningest rider in the history of the Tour of the Gila with 5 GC victories. Brooke Swindlehurst is next with 3, but Lauren, some really cool names on this list, and that's not by coincidence.
No doubt you can kind of look and be like Olympian. So, national champion. So, yeah, I mean, this is, you go through Silver City to get to the top, essentially. It's just, like Garrett said, I mean, this is where you kind of cut your teeth and get a ton of training in your legs if you're not a climber. But someone like Mara just ate this course up. It was just her jam. And, you look at Claire Hughes, Kristen Armstrong, Levi, just all those guys and gals. Like, I mean, if it's like the who's who of cycling through every single year.
Garrett, you see any former teammates on this list? Lauren's crit win was in 2013. What would your years of racing have been? Where are you in this lineage?
Oh, for me, I go way back. I'm about 2005, ish, in the years subsequent after that. So, guys like Moninger, Swindlehurst, etc. You see Chris Baldwin up there, Weary. Those are all in my era.
Oh, it's cool to see so much history going back to 1987 with Andy Bishop and Nancy Shipp, our first winners of the Tour of the Gila, and super excited for Jack and company to celebrate another year this year in 2022. Fingers crossed that everything goes as planned, and we'll be there in person in April and into early May. Here's Kevin Bouchard-Hall, yesterday's winner, moving his way up through the field in his Restart Racing kit. Back out of the saddle. I think he's working on the performance lighting as well, Lauren. You see he has the light-up panels on the top of the screen, sort of top right here. You can select which of those panels get lit up, and I think change the colors as well. So I don't know if that responds to the game, but that is pretty cool.
And his keyboard. Okay, yeah. So I had to Google it and look it up. It's Jordan Almonds. That's my pick.
Okay.
That's what's to the left of the keyboard. That's what I'm going with. I can't stand those things, but yeah, I will ask him post race if he wins what that is. Well, I mean, we all will. We're all curious now.
He's got to win. Yeah, I've got to know what's in there.
Yeah. Well, what's funny is when we saw Jordan Yeager, I think he had a beer in his background, and being a Wisconsinite, that was his recovery. I think he had a Mud Club koozie with a beer in it in the background.
I saw that. There was most definitely a koozie on Jaden Yeager's table. Yeah. What was in the koozie? It could have been sparkling water. You never know. But, Wisconsin guy, koozie, you got to do the math, and there's one conclusion that comes from that.
That's what I always say, sparkling water in my koozie.
Exactly. Well, you got to recover right afterwards. There's some performance advantages to having a beer after the race. I think after the effort that you put into the day like today, it's good to get a little. There's some carbohydrates in there, probably some proteins. I don't know what I'm talking about.
Hey, bud. No matter what, it's morale for me. I don't care if it's good for me or not. I just want one.
Yeah, especially after these races. There's nothing wrong with a beer or two. It's when, people start doing 4 or 5, that's when it becomes an issue. So it probably might not be helpful for performance. But there are some of those individuals out there that nothing seems to faze them.
Yeah. It's been interesting while we've been talking. These guys, the Peloton's really not letting them have a long leash, are they? Just a couple hundred meters.
Yeah, gap at 180 meters right now up to this group, which, is not all that much time. That probably takes 10, maybe 15 seconds to cover for these guys. So the field is chasing for sure. Look at the names on the front. Eric Hill, Jaden Yeager is there, Phil Hausler, Sarnecki. These are strong names. I mean, they're putting big legs up on the front to try and control this breakaway, at least keep an eye on it. So, yeah, good eye. The fact that this is still below 200 meters says that this field is not done chasing these guys yet. Lauren, 200 meters is a gap you can come across. I mean, you could very easily jump across that gap if you wanted to. It's going to be an effort, and it's easy to say you could easily do it from my nice comfy chair. I'm not on a trainer or a bike right now, but it looks doable to me, let's say.
Yeah, right. I mean, with fresh legs, yes, it is pretty easy. But, you know, I feel like Jaeger's kind of up here just saying, hey, guys, let's just keep rolling this pretty hard, pretty aggressive. We don't have to catch them, but let's just keep everybody on the same page up here, same speed, same watts. And, you know, he's definitely looking out for his best interests. And so is Ben Thomas and his crew. So, yeah, you know, 200 meters, let them stay up there, still finishing up this riser for the chase group, or the Peloton, I guess you'd say. But not necessarily have to catch them. You know, I think Jaeger would say, let's be up here, let's just be this close, and then at the climb, he's gonna be like, all right, all bets are off. I'm just gonna try and hang on as long as I can. But yeah, you know, I'm not gonna be covering 200 meters anytime soon. So, like you said, from the comfort of the chair, life is good.
Well, there's our confirmed Mug Club sighting.
That's great.
Still undetermined on the can. I know what a lot of beer labels look like, but I don't recognize this one. So we'll have to see if we get to the bottom of that one as well. I guess now we're cheering for a Kevin Bouchard Hall, Jaden Yeager heads up sprint to the line, so we can figure out what these guys are eating today.
I keep looking to see if there's a bratwurst and maybe some cheese curds next to that beer in there, but I don't see any of those.
I guess the thing to watch is, does the Mug Club koozie move in between shots? Is it being used or is it left over? That's an important question as well, if it's actively being used right now. There we go. Nice job.
That's so
our
good.
behind-the-scenes crew. I feel like I'm on CSI right now. Enhance.
I love this group. This is so much fun. And tell me about his table. You think that's the ironing board, or is that a table?
What I'm not sure, but I am sure this might be the last time that he gives us access to his Zoom camera.
That might be driftwood,
or just
from
the
the
start of
shores of Lake
something even
Michigan.
better.
I did think for a while it might be like a flipped over surfboard of some type. It seems like the wood inlay, and I thought I saw a fin just at the back. Right, he's kind of blocking the back of whatever that is. But well, there you go. A look inside the training cave of Jaden Yeager.
Brad's definitely got the professional eye to see all detail. If he only knew.
Yeah. Back up to the front here. Look at the chase separating out a little bit. And I wonder if that gap maybe got too big. If these guys are just saying, all right, that break's getting out of handle. It's only 100 meters up to that front group for these guys.
They're just trying to roll that downhill. Also, I don't, again, you can kind of see in the profile on the bottom of the screen of maybe they want to bring it back a little bit closer, knowing that the climb is coming up faster than maybe they're wanting.
What I'm always interested in virtual racing, and from what I've seen and experienced, is that it's pretty hard for a break to stay away. Like, riders tend to not let breaks get away as tends to be the case in more traditional racing, right? You let the break go away for the day. Teams organize on the front, they pull back the break, going up the final climb, that sort of thing. Whereas in virtual racing, it seems to be really hard to get a break initiated and then to be able to stay away.
That was one of my first thoughts for Jaden Yeager. And that break 4 was rolling away up the road. In a normal road race situation, a guy like that would look at this and say, this is perfect. We can just chill, let these guys hang out there with like a 2-minute gap, just keep them on a leash, shut it down right before the final climb. But I think there's a little more aggression in virtual racing. Riders are not as happy to just let a breakaway dangle. So looks like they're going to make it up to this group. I think what happened here was it was like 3 guys that wanted to go, and then 4 guys that wanted to go, and then 5 guys that tried to bridge. And eventually they're just going to bring the whole group up with them.
Yeah, you know, as a team leader or team tactics, you can let 1, maybe 2, but that third one, no way. Cover it. All of a sudden, the numbers are lopsided up in the break for your person. So you got to hit the reset button and follow everything that goes.
You can see the difference in the power zones too. These guys know what's coming. These 4 riders up in the breakaway, pulling the plug, staying in the lower power zones. No point in fighting for a break that's coming back anyway. Now we watch for the counterattack. A lot of times you'll see a rider jump out of this group right as a break comes back. You'll see another attack go over the top because they know that there's tired legs up at the front. So we'll see if anybody gets organized and gets aggressive on the front here. This is where Oosborn would go. This would be a perfect Matt Oosborn attack. Here's Eric Hill, Project Echelon. He might be the one that's going to go here.
Yeah. And for a restart, you definitely have to have your heads up here just to try and cover and protect your GC rider. So sometimes you can go on the offense as a GC team and set yourself up, and you command the Peloton and say, this is what we're going to do. So you can also see that and kind of wonder, like, why would they do that? Well, because sometimes they would rather to be in full control instead of just being at the mercy of the Peloton.
Charlie Revel taking a little look off the front again. Revel sort of led that chase effort to shut that break down. Teammates with Ben Thomas getting up to the front. Look at Thomas. He's bringing the whole crew with him. He got a nice little envelope going here, protecting Ben Thomas up the right side.
And this area on the slight sort of downhill before we get to the meat of the climbing of the stage, this would be a good place for, you know, sort of a good all-arounder to, you know, try to get away and maybe get a little time going into this climb so that when the true climbers actually come, they can maybe try to hang on and catch a ride to the finish with them.
Revel tried to give it a go. He was in the red zone for a better part of 15 seconds. They're back now. He is trying to split this group. I think Team Tour 2000 looks like they definitely want to get a little bit of a split going here. They've got Beek, they've got Lister up there at the front. We're watching Charlie Revel right now, and of course Ben Thomas is going to be their GC guy, but I think they want to force a split. I think they're going to step into the role of the aggressors out here today. Restart Racing has been giving it some good goes as well, but I think today it's Tour 2000 seemed to be the most aggressive out of the group. They had their Wheaties this morning. Or whatever they have in the UK. I'm sure there's a. I'm sure they don't say they had their. Yeah, I'm sure they don't say they had their Wheaties in the UK.
Yeah, biscuits and tea, right?
There you go.
No, I don't know what that's what you have for breakfast, but sounds good. It's not breakfast time over there anyway.
That's right. It's tea time.
What was the math yesterday?
Belgian delicacies. Yeah, we were working on time zones yesterday, trying to. Yeah, you don't know what time zone Finland is neither, so I don't want to hear it. You know,
You're
it
right.
took some superior Googling skills to figure that one out. I do know what time it is in Belgium because I was watching the Cyclocross National Championships earlier today.
Speaking of
Belgium.
Here's Walter Claes. Claes came up from the Community League. They had that draft earlier in the season where riders were able to compete in the Community League, and then the pro teams could pick riders up from that Community League. Claes, was one of the riders that got brought up, so pretty cool to see him riding on the front of the group here. It's been incredible discovering talent in these virtual platforms, seeing riders that we'd really never heard of before, numbers that we had never seen. But then you see some of these riders like Julia Scalu. I mean, she's doing world tour numbers on these virtual platforms. And, if you develop that whole package, we're really finding that there's a lot of untapped talent out there.
Yeah, it's just you never know when your opportunity is going to come, and if it's in the virtual world or whatever, you get the opportunity to race in the pro Peloton, and you're at the front of the race. That just everybody kind of takes pause and a little bit of notice of like, who's the new kid, who's this person.
Yeah.
And you keep your eye on them, because you never know what they're going to do and how they're going to perform. Because somebody like, for example, I'd say Evie Stevens came onto the scene hot and heavy, and nobody knew who she was, and she just tore through the Peloton and won all kinds of races. So you can never discount any of your competitors, because you never know where they're coming from and what they come from. So yeah, this is a great opportunity for Walter.
Well, apparently Claes is a Black Diamond mountain bike, or at least got up to the top of the trail and stole the sign. So he knows what he's doing. Riders from all different backgrounds. We talked about Ben Thomas, a former pro mountain biker. We see riders that obviously come from the road side of things, but there's an interesting mix of riders competing in the Echelon Racing League. Here's Restart Racing with Kevin Bouchard-Hall, Jaden Yeager. Been watching Mike Sarnecki up there, Mike Swart on this squad as well, and Oliver Dowd. A lot of heavy hitters on this team. It's not a coincidence that Kevin Bouchard-Hall is always up there. Part of it is because his Restart Racing team is so strong, because he can send a guy like Jaden Yeager up the road, force other teams to chase, and then, well, here you go, Mike Swart doing some work.
And speaking of mountain bikers, I feel like this discipline, virtual racing, suits mountain bikers pretty well, because the efforts seem to be pretty similar to these mountain bike race efforts, where you're going all out for an hour or 2 hours, that type of thing, and it meshes pretty well with this virtual racing platform. Like this, today's stage was going to be an hour 45 minutes, and so it's not surprising to see some of these mountain bikers doing really well.
Thomas is a marathon mountain biker, 3-time national champion. Does a lot of the UCI World Cup Cross Country Series. I guess that endurance would help in virtual racing as well, especially over these multi-day stage races. Look from up above, you see a few riders coming unglued. Started up 40 riders in the groups, so we're down to, I think, 26 maybe remaining here. So we've lost a few, and that'll probably continue as more and more riders come unglued. Again, Lauren, just like in real life, once you lose contact with the field, you pretty much just wait for the cars or wait to find the gruppetto and ride with them, because that draft is so important to maintain these speeds. They're doing about 40K an hour right now. You're not going to do 40K an hour alone for the next, 40K of racing that they have left here.
Yeah, no way. And also the last day of stage racing, sometimes you kind of lose that motivation once you're off the back. I mean, there's no reason to keep fighting you don't have to show up tomorrow. This is it. So like we've seen in all of these races, if once you kind of go out the back, that's kind of race over. That's how it's just been whittling down, hadn't it? I mean, just the attrition at the front, and people get spit out the back.
Mike Lister putting in a little effort on the way down here. You see they're on the other side of that long uphill drag. Got one more little bump in the road, and then first big climb of the day starts. You can see how much up and down, just at the elevation profile across the bottom of the screen. How often the color changes, I think, speaks to the interesting part about this course in the second half, Lord.
And like you said, this is Team Tour, right? I mean, I think they kind of waited for that first attack to go and see how, I don't know if they waited or they maybe even missed it, but now that it's all regrouped, going back on the offensive and trying to set the guys up a little bit and put a little pressure on Kevin Bouchard-Hall. So this is, you never know.
Lister comes back. X-Speed United up on the front with a lot about them. They've been consistent in this front group. I love the jerseys. They're very easy to spot in this field. Dark blue with the neon green X across the back for X-Speed United. Looks like a little bit of a reset in the group here. The game will spread the riders out across the road. It's just like in real life. You can sort of figure out what's going on in the race by looking at the shape of the field. When the pace starts to pick up, the game will string them out into more of a single file formation. And then as they slow down, you'll see them start to kind of bunch up like they are right now. So speed's dropping just a little bit. Part of that is because of the downhill. They're on a 6% descent right now. So a pretty good clip on the way down.
And
That'll
what's
allow
going
those
to make
guys that
this
were dangling on the back to come back. Go ahead, Garrett.
what's going to make this climb that also makes it adds to the challenge is that there's a pretty decent descent, right? And you're going pretty fast, and then the moment you get on this climb, it's steep right away. So there's no gradual working into the climb. It's, you go from this descent where you're going really fast, 30, 40 miles an hour, and then all of a sudden straight up this really steep section of the climb, and a lot of times it's a pretty big jolt to the system, and that you can't ease yourself into this hard effort.
Yeah, it's like a gut punch. Hit the climb.
Yep.
I hope they're enjoying the downhill right now, because this race is about to get a lot different once they hit the red section of the elevation profile here. Let's look at Chris Navin from Triple X Racing. Chris is a big part of running that Triple X program. It looks like he conduct that out going on. I like this. He's got the touch screen in the upper right. Chris was a big part of getting Jackie Godby in with the Echelon Racing League, that Triple X Racing team out of Chicago. I think those are the Chicago stars on his dry race board. I think he was, like the on the Chicago flag. Triple X also brings John Cooper, Jackie Godby's now husband, Furman, Brian Hodges, and Randy Warren in there as well.
So now,
Big
Brad,
red
you
zone
have to do
effort
your...
here. Look at all these guys.
Yeah, hitting that first little kicker. Brad, you're going to have to do a little research on Navin's background, and I want to know who the autograph poster was.
All right, I'll work on that. We have our best forensic team on it right now. They're dissecting the video. Here's Eric Hill off the front. Put pretty much everyone into the red zone, going up and over that tiny little kicker. Hill's going to try and use that little elevation change to his advantage here. And Garrett, this is how you do it. You use a tough part of the course to launch. Use those elevation changes to your advantage. That's exactly what Hill's doing here, and he's going to stay on it. This is how you attack. You go when it's hard, and you stay on the gas.
Yeah, it looks like he's opening up a little bit of a gap here, and up this small little rise, and then you can maybe increase the gap on the backside on the descent and have a little extra comfort going up the first part of the climb, and maybe some of the climbers will catch up to you, and you can tag along for the ride to the finish. So we'll see what happens here.
It's kind of like taking your momentum from the Peloton and just running right through them, and you hit that climb as hard as you can, and that momentum just has that immediate separation from the Peloton. But then you have to hold it over the climb and in this bit of a descent into that into the actual climb. And that's where you're just like, well, was that a good move or not? Where you kind of start second guessing yourself, and you're like, well, this is one for the team.
Yeah, this next section, these next 6 kilometers will be very telling for Eric Hill's attack. He's either going to be very glad that he did this or maybe regretting it a little bit. Gap holding, he actually gave himself a lot of time here, getting up to 80 meters up the road pretty quickly. The problem is he's all alone. Nobody went with him. Garrett, you always want to take someone with you in the breakaway. So he put out the invitation to his party, but nobody has RSVP'd yet.
It definitely helps to take someone with you, and one thing I think that's a little bit harder in the virtual racing scenario is that you can see really well where everyone is, right? Whereas in normal racing, a single person goes up the road. A lot of times you forget about them, that they're up the road, so you can right? Out of sight, out of mind is kind of the thing where that doesn't happen quite as much here.
Everybody's chilling in the group.
We're listening in on the Project Echelon Discord right now, so you may hear some conversation with them. Just trying to see if anyone's talking to Eric Hill or if they're exchanging any information. Like Garrett talked about, knowing where everybody is, knowing what's going on. One of the cool parts of virtual racing, you get a sort of a bird's eye view of the race situation.
It's also so hard to be going solo because Eric Hill is going basically as hard as he can go, and then he's going to take that right into the climb. And so once you start climbing and you're already at your limit, that just
Be careful on the winding descent.
So
Don't get caught out.
Even off the front, Eric is still giving
Still
them,
coaching the riders behind him.
guiding them.
He's
yeah.
warning riders on the windy descent because the game will scrub off speed into those corners. And so if you don't accelerate out of the corners on the way down, it would be very easy to get caught out on the descent. So that's what he's warning his team about on the windy descent, saying don't get caught out. It's not about crashing. It's about just making sure that you get the power right so that, you don't get dropped on the descent. Good gameplay there from Hill. Lauren, did you like a lot of communication in your ear? I mean, when the directors would talk to you, did you like getting that encouragement, or did you like a little bit of solitude?
No, I really enjoyed it, and half the time I'd have to ask them to repeat themselves because I can't understand anything. I think I'm hard of hearing. Thank God I have this headset on. But no, I really enjoyed it. I just having that confidence and that second opinion while you're just kind of going all out, and your blood pressure's high. You can't think like you're thinking about everything else. You're thinking about not crashing. You're thinking about the Peloton. You're thinking about who's moving up right now, and then all of a sudden you've got this calm person in your ear, just kind of saying, "Hey, look," and just a reminder of, "Hey, in 3K we've got the climb, and it's this long, it's this steep. Make sure," and just kind of go through the game plan again one more time, because again, so much has kind of already happened in the race, and so you can easily forget because you're in the moment and you're so focused on racing ahead that you may have missed a step or two in the game plan. So it's always good just to have that, for me, to have that person in my ear up until the finish. And then I just, as a sprinter, I would be that person to pluck it out, because I know what I'm doing then. I don't need somebody in my ear for that. I just want to feel the flow there.
Get a look at Jack Barty from the X-Speed United team. Looked like he was texting a little bit. I think a lot of riders are also just using the text platform, either through iMessage or using Discord texting, just also they don't have to listen to each other breathing hard all day. Some messages you can get across on text pretty easily. So we'll see riders pick up their phones a lot and sometimes just fire off a message to the rest of the team. Eric Hill going up to 180 meters off the front here. Growing the gap. Remember that group of 4 that we saw? It took them a long time to get to 180 meters.
Yeah, I kind of feel like they're letting him stretch out a bit since it's a single rider, probably. And knowing how fast, and when they put the gas on, how fast they caught the other guys coming into this climb. And I did see Kevin Bouchard's name pop up a little bit more to the front of the race, so expect to see him, about to do his thing and to be there and definitely not miss anything on the climb.
Hill looking pretty fresh on the trainer. Got some of his old Project Echelon jerseys hanging up. Some Christmas lights left over from our holiday-themed show a couple weeks ago.
It's never too early, right, Brad?
Bikes. Yeah, that's right.
Still see the tree back there.
As someone on Team Christmas Lights year-round, don't have much room to talk about the Christmas lights. I'm watching the power between Eric Hill and the riders behind him. Hill's hovering right around 4 to 5 watts per kilo. A lot of riders in the field are touching like 2.5 or 3. So you can see the advantage of being in the field just by looking at those power numbers to the right of their names. I mean, the average number of those guys in the main group consistently lower than what Eric Hill's doing up the front. So this goes back to the efficiency of riding. When we talked about, it's not always the highest average watts per kilo that win in virtual racing, because there could very well be some guys in that group that are only doing 2.5 watts per kilo right now, but when they get onto the climb, they'll be able to up that number. So their average will be lower, but it's all about where you use that effort.
Yeah, no, it's all about save until you need it, and then when you need it, you use all of it. And Eric kind of he wasn't in the first break. Will Harden was up there representing, and so now he's going to get out there and spend a bit of energy. Like you said, he's almost doubling his effort compared to anybody in the Peloton.
A little bit of nutrition here for Eric Hill as he tries to hold on to what is now a 200-meter lead off the front. We're going to take a quick break here from the Echelon Racing League. You're watching Eric Hill solo off the front on the way to the Gila Monster. We'll be right back after this. Welcome back. Eric Hill has given himself another 100 meters while we were in the break, gap up to 300 now, with a little bit of a downhill here before they are just about to hit the bottom of the climb. And Lauren, like you were talking about, you described it as a punch in the gut when this climbing starts. It's serious.
It's just no way around it. I mean, it just hurts. And if who's going to be doing the punching besides the course, I'm going to guess that Kevin is just going to give her on the climb, and he's just buying his time right now, just waiting for everybody to basically get there. I don't know how much time you give Eric to go up the road, and that's always kind of like the poker game of and same thing in real life in this course is how long of a leash do you let out for these riders, and to know as a climber that you're going to get that back. So that's kind of the gamble that you play for both sides of the story of Eric and for Kevin too. So yeah, this is where the magic's about to happen.
Watching Hill in the bottom right of your screen, and Kevin Bouchard-Hall, yesterday's winner and a pre-race favorite for today, in the bottom left. Bouchard-Hall back out of the saddle. We saw that a lot from him yesterday. It's just a personal preference. He obviously likes to stand up a lot when he rides, and Hill is more like Jackie Galby, doesn't spend quite as much time out of the saddle.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see if Kevin Bouchard-Hall can kind of settle in and kind of start separating from the group, or if this climb is going to be long enough, or if he wants to keep Jordan Yeager with him to kind of hit through those rollers as well. But I think all bets are off. I think Kevin's just going to go his pace up this climb, and just, hey, Jordan, hopefully you can hang on, and any other teammates that can help me out in the over these rollers. And if you guys get back to me, that's great. But we got to go. Woo-hoo.
Yeah, onto a little switchback here. Olenichek, you see moving up the left side of the screen. Hill is on a 7% gradient right now. It was peaking 10. There you go, 9.7. Yeah, this is the hardest part of the climb right here. They get a little bit of a rest. There's like a 500-meter section where it flattens out just a little bit, and then it's back uphill. Biggest climb of the day right here.
You'll just start seeing them popping out the back like we were talking about earlier, and poor Peter Olenichek is the next casualty.
And the hard part is that when you get through the steepest part of the climb, which we're entering right now, the climb just drags sort of on and on for quite a few kilometers afterwards.
Gap coming down for Eric Hill on the climb now. You can really see how steep it is, this camera shot to the left. And Hill really looking like he's starting to suffer down at the bottom right here as well.
And you kind of look at the numbers. It's well, Kevin was kind of matching Eric almost like number for number all the way across. Cadence, watts, heart rate.
Separation up at the front as well. Barty, Shane, Bouchard Hall letting a couple bike lengths open up in between them. Jack Barty having a great ride today.
And we haven't talked about Shane either, because yesterday he's the one that essentially led up the climb for Kevin Bouchard Hall and had Kevin on the ropes. So it will be interesting to see how he tackles today.
I have a feeling this group is just going to whittle down here. 27 kilometers to go on the 8% gradient the way up. And when you see names like Shane and Bouchard Hall going into the red zone, oh yeah, look at this on the right side of the screen, single file on the way up. Be interesting to see if this comes back together, Lauren. Remember last year the pro men finished with a group of like 4 riders together. They were able to sort of come back through that climb. I think racing is changing this year in season 2, so it'll be interesting if this plays out the same way.
Yeah, they've definitely caught their carrot with Eric. So, Shane's just going to keep going. Like you said, just going to put all the pressure on Kevin Bouchard Hall.
And similar to yesterday, it's fun watching Kevin Bouchard Hall, and he's hanging with Shane, but it seems like at the start of yesterday's climb too, he's sort of up out of the saddle, back down. Seems like he's putting forth a pretty significant effort that's not too comfortable. So we'll see if he can hang on here.
Ben Thomas just dangling off the back. We got Zach Nair up there, Jordan Yeager, just off the back of Bouchard Hall and Shane. So. Oh man, this is good racing.
Thomas into 6th position, the upper right of your screen, but Jordan Shane is the one driving the tempo about halfway up the climb here. Yeager and Bouchard Hall are going to make it up to the wheel of Shane. So there's a gap at behind Jack Barty. It's about 7 riders here. Yeah, Barty in 7th, and then you see another 84 meters back to Bickley, Dowd, Hauser, and Eric Hill going backwards in the group here as well. So this is the selection. I think Barty is going to be the last guy that has a chance to get a seat on this train.
I'd love to know how long this climb is, especially if I'm racing. I would love to be able to tick down these kilometers.
Yeah, the riders have quite a bit of data We also we were talking last week or 2 weeks ago, I guess, about the views that the riders are using. A lot of riders will ride in the first-person view now because it is a little less distracting. They don't have to worry about the other riders behind them, stuff like that. Here's Jordan Shane. I think that is a San Dimas stage race winner's jersey on the right-hand side of the screen. I'm not sure what the yellow jersey on the left in the back is.
Also,
I'm going to guess it's
San
maybe one of the
Dimas.
Central Americans. Yeah, and I think that's a climber's jersey back there, too.
Yeah, San Dimas climber's jersey. Hey, maybe he won the Giro d'Italia with the pink jersey.
Shane's still tapping out up here. Great pickup for Project Echelon team.
It's impressive to watch Jordan Shane on these climbs because he just likes to go to the front and hammer away, and he's putting everyone else in difficulty. And it was the same with the Magyar climb yesterday. So we'll see as this climb progresses if he can shake any of his competitors. And it looks like he has them in a little bit of difficulty.
Yeah, and Kevin's probably thinking, just hoping that Jaeger can hang on. There's no doubt. I mean, and Jaeger's going to do everything in his power. At this point, I mean, you can almost see the top of the climb. I don't know how long it is, but as Jaeger, I would give everything I got. I would spend a bunch of matches right here to try and make it over this climb, knowing that this next profile picture, I can probably sustain that as a bigger guy compared to Shane and Kevin.
Zach Nair trying to close down about a 100-meter gap. This is the first-person view that we were talking about. This is what Zach Nair would be seeing right now. Riders like to use this because if you have the third-person view and you see a rider coming up behind you, there's sort of this natural inclination to start pedaling harder. And so riders use this to try and focus in and just focus on their own power. If you're constantly watching the attacks and surges coming from behind you and you're naturally inclined to try to answer those, it sort of throws off the pedaling. So a lot of riders have been choosing that first-person view just to try and stay a little calmer, I guess. We talked about how hard it is to maintain constant power, Lauren. I mean, it's a skill for sure. And when you have that extra stimulus thrown in there, sometimes that can throw you off your game.
No doubt. You think about like nighttime criteriums or anything like that, and you see a shadow. That was always made for different racing because that light would always throw you off, and it would always be much more nervous Peloton because of the distortion of the lights. And that's a fun fact. I didn't know that about their point of view of what they want to see. But you're right. Like, I mean, as soon as you feel somebody going harder, can sense that. And in the virtual world, like you're saying, there's no doubt that you're going to pedal harder or try and match that. Yeah. So that's unfortunately though for Zach is like when they're out of sight, and that's where I'm just kind of like disheartened as a rider. It's like, oh, that's too bad.
Yeah, that gap's growing for Nair, going up to 190 meters now. So these three continue the separation. Jaeger, Bouchard Hall, and Shane pushing 6 watts per kilo. But the good news for them, they are almost done with the hardest section of the course right here. I guess a relative term because they still got 25K of racing between this and the final little climb of the day, but certainly the section of the course, and they're just about to hit the top of it.
Good news for Jaeger. Maybe Jordan Shane is kind of now isolating himself, having two restart guys up here. So that could be tricky coming into the finish as long as Jaeger can hang on to these two. But like Garrett was saying, if you look at the profile, it's not that this climb is over just because the color red stops. I mean, this is a sustained effort, and it's got a couple more little kickers in there that could just totally eat his lunch. So he has to stay very aware, very much in his zone as much as possible, but on these guys' wheels. Woo-hoo.
Yeah, Garrett, this is a nice situation. You made the break. Congratulations. You made the selection, but now you start looking around and going, I'm about to get worked over by these two guys over the next 25K.
It's almost like Shane, he needs to pick a spot that suits his strength, and it looks like, some of these steeper areas and try to at least isolate one of the other two guys, because it's a pretty formidable task to bring two teammates to the line and expect a positive outcome on your behalf.
Well, Jaeger's starting to show some fatigue. This is a guy who has a very strong poker face. More importantly, though, the LaCroix has been revealed out of the Mug Club. I don't mean to panic anybody, but green has been revealed as what looks like a lime LaCroix. There we go. I drink enough LaCroix that I can make that one out.
He could have at least poured the LaCroix in like a Miller Lite or something like that.
The gamesmanship that he can play, you're right. That would have been golden. Next time, Jordan, next time.
All right, so Shane's still up here. You're watching Shane Jaeger with the thumbs up for the LaCroix in the Mug Club. Jane must be watching the live stream today. So now on the way down, a little bit of rest. I think Shane needs to just try and relax here, take every advantage that he can get, every break he can get, because these two teammates have Jordan Shane in a very, very tough position right now. Kevin Bouchard-Hall on your left, Jaden Jaeger on your right, both from Restart Racing. Got this one right where they want it.
Holy cow, it looks like it's raining from Kevin's head. And like we said earlier, hats off, gloves off. This is racing now.
I think the hat lasted a little longer for Kevin today than it did yesterday. Yeah, and these guys staying in the red zone. A lot of times we don't see the riders go into the red zone until like the last climb. Like they'll just kind of ride in this group, and then when they hit the last uphill, that's why I like this course so much. The Gila Monster course is a really cool stage of Tour of the Gila, because it's really about these last, let's say, 25K from the bottom of the climb that they just finished. Shane going to take up third position here. And it looks like Bouchard-Hall and Jaeger are probably open to a little bit of rest here as well. They don't seem to be keeping the pressure on Jordan Shane. I think they're more than happy to let Shane ride with this group for another 10K or so before you need to get rid of him. There's no reason to dump him right now.
Or to start attacking him, and I think that's essentially what they're going to have to do, because we've got a couple of more sustained efforts coming up, and even the run into the finish is more of a slope to Jordan Shane's strengths. So yeah, you can kind of look and see that they've got a significant gap to the Peloton. So yeah, any reprieve, they're probably all looking for a little rest. That was a nice hard effort.
You can see some of the guys still finishing up the climb in the red zone, but these guys back into the green and blue zone, Garrett.
If you look at the profile, there's a little ascent before the longer descent, so it might be a good idea for Jaeger or Bouchard-Hall to maybe put in a little tack there, so then Shane has to sort of chase on the whole descent, and then that sets you up well for the finish, even if it all comes back together, where you can sort of 1-2 Shane and try to get rid of him before the finish.
Oh, these are the three riders in the breakaway. Let's look at our course profile real quick, because I want to talk more about what Garrett is talking about, the second half of the climb up here. So this is the easy section. Then they get on to this first riser, which they've just gone over. But once that happens, all this yellow and orange and red, those are all 4, 5, 6, 7% gradients.
Yeah, those are significant efforts that still have to come. And now you've loaded your legs. 2 days ago, you've been racing for 2 days, and now Jordan Shane has hit everybody on the climb. So you're kind of running on fumes running into the finish. So each one of these should just turn red in your mind, because that's essentially what it feels like.
It's a painful way to end the Tour of the Gila, but if it were easy, they would just hand out the yellow jerseys for everyone. That's why we do it, to make it tough. These guys getting a nice draft going, got a nice little pace line forming here. And I would expect to see this. Yeah.
Going back to the Zoom room, Jordan Shane's temperature control, I don't know if you saw that, was at 62 degrees.
More investigative journalism from our team here in the Echelon Racing League. I love it. Yeah, you got to crank that thing down.
That's a great point, though, is especially in these longer events, this is going to be, hour 45 minutes closing in on 2 hours, and to regulate your heat is a very important aspect of that. We saw Kevin Bouchard-Hall, right? And Lauren pointed out that the sweat was just pouring off of him. So, the better you can regulate your heat, the better you'll perform and finish at the end of the day. So that's important, whether it's thermostat, you have industrial fans blowing on you, etc. It's kind of neat to look at everyone else's kind of setups and how they regulate their heat.
Is there a magic temperature, Garrett, that for physiological advantage or?
Yeah, traditionally tends to be around 50 degrees, so pretty cool. 50 degrees tends to be the sort of ideal temperature, give or take a few degrees. You start getting a little bit colder, it's fine, but you have to wear, a little bit layer, sort of that type of thing. Hotter, you tend to not be able to regulate your heat as well. So around the 50 degree mark tends to be an ideal temperature.
I would not have guessed that low. I would not have guessed that cold.
Me either, Brad. And Garrett, what Brad and I have seen throughout these races so far, we've actually seen some of these guys and gals starting with gloves on, so I don't know how cold it is technically in the room, but 50 degrees sounds like I would definitely have gloves on for a while. Just, I don't know, I don't get any blood flow or something to my hands at that point, but yeah, so you have to offset that cold because you're sitting still. But yeah, like you're saying, like 50 degrees, that's chilly.
Exactly. And some of these riders can probably, be even colder, whether they're in their garage or whatnot, because they don't have any wind, right? Unless they put some sort of fan or whatnot in front of you. So some of them might be even running a little bit colder just from the environment they live in, and if they're in their garage, etc.
If you've got your own training cave and you want to give the Echelon Racing League a shot, we do have community events every week. The week before the pro races, the courses are open to all riders. You can register at echelonracingleague.com. And as always, free to race and free to ride on RGT.
That's also what kind of neat about these virtual platforms, right? We have all these ways that we can, sort of try to legally and enhance our performance. And when we talk about rules, there's the weigh-in rules and whatnot, but there are rules, there's nothing like saying that you need a certain temperature, etc. So you can manipulate all these little outside variables to try to maximize your own performance. Maybe one day they'll come out with a rule where, all room temperatures have to be 65 degrees. Who knows?
Yeah.
So
I was thinking about feeding the other day. We were watching Jackie Gabi would be taking gels and stuff from John Cooper. At some point, I wonder if they're going to have to institute a rule about outside help or outside interference, because in real life racing, right, you can only get the food when you go back to the car. That affects the race, having to pass water bottles around, have a water carrier, bring water up, stuff like that. So I wonder if they'll eliminate outside help in virtual racing. There's still some changes to come, I think, in the sport, but Yeah, the temperature and lighting, I think, maybe are the next frontier. Little chase group forming behind here. This is 4th, 5th, 6th, and 7th place with Charlie Beek leading the way. Bickley, Nair, and Thomas also in here. Remember, Ben Thomas sitting 2nd place overall in the GC to Kevin Bouchard Hall at the top. So looks like Thomas going to miss the move. As we take a look at Brad Bickley, the Above Beyond Cancer rider. It looks like he's in a sauna.
It does.
Heat training, baby.
Increase those red blood cells.
Garrett, would there be a physiological advantage? I know some riders struggle in the heat. I mean, is there anything you can do to prepare for that? Like, would riding in a sauna help you get ready for Tour of the Gila? If I come from, like, Canada or somewhere cold, and this is going to be my first hot race of the season, like, is there anything you can do on the trainer to prep for that kind of stuff?
I've never heard Brad ask this many questions about training, so he is definitely gearing up for something. I'm super excited.
I've never had such
an
an expert at my disposal.
True.
But actually, no, there are. It comes to just acclimating, right? 10 days to 2 weeks, just being exposed to the specific environment that you're going to be in. If you're racing in the southeast, right, you want warm, humid. So actually, some people, might train with their dryer running and the dryer vent going into a small room, so it gets that hot, humid type environment, wearing a lot of clothes, etc. One thing I will say about Tour of the Gila down here is if it is warm, April usually tends to be not warm. Maybe in the afternoon, this last stage of the Gila Monster, you'll get some type of heat, but the start of these stages tend to be pretty cold here at Gila in April, and it's a pretty dry heat, so you can cool pretty well, especially if you pour that. What did you say? A bottle of Coke over your head, or just a little bit of water, right? And that can do a lot of benefit. But generally speaking, for really high temperatures, just acclimate. 10 days to 2 weeks, at least 90 minutes to 2 hours at that given temperature should give you some acclimation to that given environment.
Sounds like the perfect time to get a nice Airbnb in Silver City and enjoy the town a little bit before you race Tour of the Gila. Back to the third group on the road. This is Jack Barty leading the way from X Speed United. We watched him up the front earlier, but it seems like there's sort of 3 groups forming out on the road, and a little hello there from Jack at the front of the third group here.
Yeah, these guys it's fun. You don't realize, or you don't know if they're listening or not, so it's nice to see that they're aware and have a little bit of interaction.
Yeah, and sort of going back to some of the rules, right? Like, it's an evolving process, and it's kind of interesting to see if stuff maybe over the years, will it change, will it not? I tend to be more of a fan of the fewer type rules, but maybe in a race you can't take off your jersey, right? You need to wear your jersey. You can unzip it, but you can't take it off. So those type of things are kind of interesting to see in these virtual type platforms, and whether there will be any changes in the future. And I'm not sure who actually decides that. Probably the Echelon Racing League and the people behind that. But it's kind of interesting to see develop as we move forward.
Wait until we get our first virtual clothing penalty. The sock fines that they've been handing out. Wait until we have our first sock fine in the virtual world.
Yeah, and right, some of the height of your socks, they can't be too high or you get a fine. Some of that stuff, is that necessarily necessary in the real world environment? I don't know, but people like to make rules at times.
Well, these front 3 taking it pretty easy right now, and I say relatively easy just by looking at their power zones. A lot of time in the blue and green zones. Jaeger holding about 4.5 watts per kilo.
Every time we come back to these guys, and maybe it's just situational, but it seems like Jaeger's been on the front for most of that roller bit. And one thing I was looking at is that Jordan Shane's definitely going to have to watch out for Jaeger kind of pulling on the downhill of having any separation, because like we've talked about, just any gaps opening up and how hard it is to close that. That also pertains to anybody off the front as well. Jaeger's power to weight ratio taking him down the hill is going to put pressure on Jordan Shane just as much as Jordan putting pressure on Jaeger going uphill. So, Restart's kind of sitting in the driver's seat right now, and Jordan just has to be aware of both of these riders, and his advantage is going to be on the uphill. So I imagine he's probably going to try and turn the screws on these guys going up one of this last little riser to put pressure on Jordan Jaeger.
I think that might be what they're doing right now. Shane just opened up a 20-second gap on the way up, and Jaeger looks like might be in trouble. They're all three going into the red zone. They hit a 9% gradient. They're on this second little red section on the climb. But, there is some separation happening right now between these three up the front. You can see the zoom cameras in the bottom left. All three are suffering. All three are putting in an effort here.
Jordan Jaeger's definitely lost the poker face now, hadn't he, Brad?
Yeah, Jaden has decided to stand up for one of the first times in a while.
And that's just great racing by Jordan Shane right there. He knew this was sort of a little area where he can try to put, the other two teammates under pressure and have them have to chase on this long descent. And so I chapeau to that riding. It was a smart move, and we'll see if he puts these two teammates under a bit more stress as we come closer to the finish here.
The kicker will be to see if he can keep this effort, again on these downhills. And like we've seen in the Iron Horse, we saw that the separation had happened on the climb, but it was such a long descent back towards the finish that the heavier riders were able to catch back on just based off of power to weight. But again, you still have that finishing riser, and it's just kind of like matching, athlete to athlete of like, Jordan's got to do a ton of work on the downhill, and so does Jaeger to get to him, but then Jaeger's got to do a ton of work to stay with Jordan on the uphill to the finish.
As Jaeger lets some separation open up in that group of three up at the front. And here's Zach Nair moving into fourth position. Brad Bickley trying to close it down from the Above and Beyond Cancer team. And again, they got Ben Thomas and Charlie Beek with them as well. We do have access to the Above and Beyond Cancer Discord channel as well. Let's see if we can listen in, see if they're chatting about anything. Remember, Oosborn from the Above and Beyond Cancer team not racing today, so I think he's coaching on Discord.
Make Thomas close that gap down, dude. Either attack or make someone else do the pulling. See? He'll do the work.
Yeah, that's Oosborn coaching up Bickley here.
Stay on those wheels, buddy. Stay on those wheels. I know it hurts. Just stay on there. That's it. Beautiful. Remember, we're now under 6% again, so we're not pulling. We're saving energy.
I guess that was the calming voice you were talking about, Lauren. I want that in my ear.
That's awfully calm.
It's nice, yeah.
And I wonder, he kind of let off on like 6%. I wonder if that's a magic number for those guys. Garrett, maybe but that's like some, like the perfect number of like percentage for power to weight. I don't.
Yeah, I think it has a bit to do with the speed that you can carry, because once the benefits of drafting increase, to the fourth power or whatnot as you start increasing speed. So usually it varies, but around 6% is the speed tends to get high enough where you tend to get quite a bit more benefit of drafting, whereas below that or greater than 6%, drafting is not that much of a benefit.
He was talking about pulling and sitting in on that 6% gradient. I think that might be the best explanation is the drafting on the gradient or the speeds that you're going to be doing on a 6% gradient. Saying you can sit on the front because there's no draft to be had on a slow 6% climb, but you want to be in second or third position if you're going any faster than that because those drafting numbers would increase. Looks like Jaeger going to come back. Lauren, you called this. He's much better on the downhill than he is on the uphill. That body weight can throw him down the hill a little quicker than these two guys. So as they work their way back down, looks like Jaeger will reconnect here.
It looks like it, but I mean, you keep seeing like Jordan Shane just kind of keeps drifting out. Like he just is putting on enough pressure, not like going full gas. But yeah, you're right. Jaeger's making it back. Just keep him under pressure though. This is fun.
And Bouchard Hall did a nice job of sort of trying to, wait up for Jaeger a little bit. He never went in front of Shane. He was always sitting on, very similar to the way that a rider would ride in real life if you were trying to wait for a rider behind you. But looks like they made it back up. So all the credit in the world to Jordan. These guys, instead of waiting for them to work him over on this last climb, he's like, look, I know I'm in trouble. I know the odds are against me. So he went on the attack on the way up there, and it worked. It put Jay Jaeger in a little bit of trouble.
What I've noticed, though, is Kevin Bouchard Hall, though, has been very conservative. He's hung with all the wheels. He's obviously going really hard, but you haven't seen him really touch his nose into the wind. And I think he's setting himself up really well for this finale because Shane has expended a lot of effort and energy over these past 10, 15 kilometers.
Zach Nair attacking the second group. Behind them, the race for fourth place on down. Nair into the red zone, gives himself a little bit of space behind Bickley Thomas.
Nair can definitely move himself up in GC if he can continue the separation from these guys.
Yeah, this is cool. Two good battles going on. Of course, the race for first and then the race for fourth here, which Zach Nair is currently dominating. But he's only got about 45 meters back to those other two guys. They are going to come back here. Thomas sitting second place overall, probably has the most to gain from catching the front. Bouchard Hall with a 157.08 GC time, and Ben Thomas at 158.14. So 56 seconds the difference between those two, and then Jane Jaeger sitting in third place overall at 158.16, just 2 seconds behind Ben Thomas. So Thomas would have a chance to pass Jaeger and move into second overall if he was able to get into this group. I don't think he would be able to get enough time to move into first over Kevin Bouchard Hall, but Jane Jaeger maybe has the most to gain out of the GC situation here because he's riding his way up into second place overall. And Jordan Shane in fourth.
Yeah, and unfortunately, it seems like Ben Thomas may be the big loser of the day for GC, but that's just, Jordan Shane kind of taking the race to these guys, and, that's what racing's all about, playing the game.
If we had awarding jerseys, I'd definitely give Jordan Shane the most aggressive rider jersey and probably the King of the Mountain jersey as well.
I think the panel is in agreement on that one. Yeah, anyone that can get through this situation, I mean, this is like literally your worst case scenario in a breakaway, that you have a break of 3 and the other 2 riders are teammates. It really couldn't get much worse in terms of a tactical setup for Jordan Shane today.
And here
But also,
we can
it's just
see
like, what do you do? I mean, as a climber, right? And the guy, this is the best situation that he can be in. He's now down to 1 in 3 chances of winning versus 1 in however many started the race. So, best situation possible he can give for himself. It's just great that these two were able to answer the call.
And we could see some of the tactics playing out a little bit where Jaden Yeager was, trying to open up a little bit of the gap. Jordan Shane had a chase. And you just sort of keep doing that over and over to try to wear out Jordan Shane before this final little rise up into the finish in Pinos Altos.
They look pretty calm on the SIS Zoom room. All 3 riders have sort of settled down a little bit, getting back into the saddle, hitting the reset button, waiting to do it all again.
Yeah.
Showing 8K to go, just under 8K to the line right now. The next 3.5K will go pretty quick because they still have a slight downhill slope, but then it kicks up for the last 4K or so. And
if I had to guess, I would say that Yeager is going to hit it on that downhill right as soon as they get over this little riser. I think he's just going to hit it and make Jordan Shane cover that. Kevin's going to cover Jordan, and then the 2 of them are going to go head-to-head on the climb. That's just if I was a betting person, that's the how I would see this race playing out.
Hard to argue those tactics. I don't even know if there is another plan. I guess you stay together through the bottom of the climb and then just start launching attacks on the climb. If your main concern was to just get a restart racing rider to win, maybe you'd do that, wait a little longer, but they want Kevin Bouchard-Hall to win here. It's not about getting Jaden Yeager a win. I think they want Bouchard-Hall to, 1, hold on to GC, and 2, add a victory. Lauren, you should be a director. Jaden Yeager hitting it on the front right now into the red zone.
Funny you say that, Brad.
Look at Kevin Bouchard-Hall's power zone, staying in the green right here. Using that draft to his advantage. They're only on a 5% gradient. Gets up to 8 here. But there was still a drafting advantage. It's gone now for Bouchard-Hall, but when they're up at like 27, 28 kilometers per hour, he was saving 8 watts sitting behind those riders on the top of the climb. 6.5K to go.
All right, guys, let's hear your picks.
After watching yesterday, and it's hard to go against Kevin Bouchard-Hall. I'd like for Jordan Shane to win for his effort, but if I was a betting man, I'd put my money on Kevin Bouchard-Hall.
I am going to join the Mug Club, and I'll take Jaden Yeager out of this group of 3. A little Wisconsin love for my guy.
Well, plus, he's probably hurrying up to finish so he can watch the Packers. I think the Packers start at 11, so he's got to get to the finish line in the next 5 minutes.
All right, well, I'm going to pick Jordan Shane just to be an instigator, and he's just been so strong on that first climb, and he's answering all these calls, so I'm going with Jordan.
Yeah, made it easy on us. Put 3 riders into the breakaway for our 3 commentators. 5.5K. This is relatively easy riding for these guys. They're only doing 200, 250 on the way down, which is doable for a group of 3 like this. When they go, you'll know. I mean, when it lights up, they're going to stay in those orange and yellow zones for a good few kilometers, I think. Watching everyone in the SAS Zoom room get their last little preparations done. Jaden Yeager grabbed a bar. Saw the riders wiping the sweat off. Grab a little water because they know it's about to heat up here.
Yeah, and you got Jordan Shane down in the drops. It's also interesting, like just position on the bike. Kevin Bouchard-Hall is on the tops, and Yeager is kind of in the hoods, like the leader's or catbird seat. But yeah, like you said, like this is about it.
It's great to get these these images of the riders, and Jordan Shane the whole time he kind of looks unfazed, right? He's just smooth, comfortable. Going along, and we see Kevin Bouchard-Hall standing up, sitting down. Jordan Yeager looks like he's putting forth an effort, but Jordan Shane looks like he's kind of making it look easy.
Meanwhile, Thomas getting a little split in the race for 4th behind them. Remember we hacking earlier, he's back into that group. Place with Barty, Schaefer, and Dowd here in the bottom right of your screen. Leaders under 4K, and looks like they're going to start going uphill now, and it pretty much stays that way for the next 4K. A lot of action in these second and third groups on the road. This is a 3-for-1 special today at the finish. We'll watch these 3 groups finish one after another. Top right, that group separating even more. Barty just got back onto the group, but it looks like Thomas, the instigator there.
Those guys are just like attacking each other left and right, aren't they?
Yeah, yeah. This is brutal racing in the second and third groups. These guys out for a nice Sunday cruise up in the front group. They have not gotten aggressive yet, although it's about to come. Yeah, look at this right here.
I mean, we've seen, every time we go back to this group, we've seen 1s and 2s off the front and color changes left and right. I mean, it's a completely different race back here.
And these guys, a good 1.4K back from the leaders. So that gives you an idea of just how powerful those first 3 guys are. That they're going to win this one by about 1.5 K. Inside 3K for the leaders. Still together.
I think Jordan Shane's got to be going at some point now. I mean, only 3K left, and that just every kilometer that ticks off just gives Yeager a little bit more of confidence of knowing, okay, I can stick with these guys to the finish line. So if I was Jordan Shane, I think you got to go. You got to go now.
There was still a little bit of drafting to be had for Shane, so maybe he was thinking he would just stay with this group, enjoy the draft for a little bit. You see his screen changing the upper left corner. He's saving 40 watts right here, sitting behind Kevin Bouchard-Hall. That is nothing to scoff at, so maybe Shane's plan is just sit in as long as he can. Hope he can get him with a finishing kick to the line. Yeah, see, these are big savings numbers up in the upper left corner, saving 200 watts here.
I need a steeper climb for my man to win. Come on, go uphill.
Yeah. Well, it's coming. You see the little red line at the bottom of the profile. That's in the last, 400 meters before they get to the line. There's this last little kick up. So there's still some steep sections to come. So they work their way off the downhill right now. These
The
guys are
only
all just
issue
waiting.
with that steep section is it's short enough that, I think it could suit, maybe a Jaden Yeager type rider because it's steep, but it's short. And I feel like Jordan Shane needs something that's, a little bit longer, a little more sustained to make a difference.
Boy, these power zones not changing at all. These guys are locked right into one another. At 1.5K to go, Lauren, if Shane has an attack now, then I think the plan is to just sit in and try and sprint it out on the way up. So maybe he used that little kicker that Gare was talking about, that little roller before you get to the line to try and just launch there. It's not quite, an Alpine-style climb. It's obviously not long enough, but if Shane can ramp this thing up to 1,000 watts and try and throw that for a minute over the climb, might be able to get rid of these guys.
1,000 watts would be a lot for him, but I think Yeager, like Garrett's saying, it may just be short enough that he's got enough power to punch it over that. So here we go. I don't know.
The 1K flag. Road kicking up here. You can see the elevation profile, top right corner. There goes Bouchard Hall into the red zone first. Yeager going to respond. Shane a little late to get there.
Go through him,
And
Shane.
Here we go.
Let's go.
He's got the gap just a little bit, but enough to get Bouchard Hall out of the draft. He's only saving 80 watts here over Jordan Shane. 5:50 to go. Yeager going to get up there, and then he lets off. Yeager doesn't want to pass yet. He's enjoying the draft. Bouchard Hall into third position. Shane's just going to stay. He obviously thinks he can drive for 400 meters. There's the top of the climb, just around the right-hand bend. All three into the red zone. Yeager moves up. Look at the zoom cameras. These guys are suffering.
Every time Yeager gets up there, it
Bouchard
seems
Hall.
like it kicks again for Shane.
Yep. Bouchard Hall tries to go. Jordan Shane matches it at 200 meters. Shane's going to have a real shot at this. Down to 150. Bouchard Hall goes on the attack, opens up a gap, and I think he's going to hold on. Kevin Bouchard Hall will add another one to his weekend. 2 for 3 in the Echelon Racing League Tour of the Gila, as Bouchard Hall wins on the Gila Monster, his second in a row this weekend at the virtual Tour of the Gila. What a great ride from Jordan Shane in a tough position, and there's your cracked winner. Look at the steam coming off of his head.
Man, that is a telltale sign of an extremely hard last kilometer. I mean, those guys, it was just back and forth, and you'd see the elevation kind of pitch and change a little bit, and Yeager would make a comeback, but what an effort by Kevin Bouchard Hall.
The candy bowl is almost almost went halfway through the bowl during his effort. Back with these guys in the race for fourth. Just had our top 3 finish. This is the Jack Barty group leading the way. We saw Zach Nair trying to attack earlier. Here's Ben Thomas, the best placed GC rider in the group as they go inside 1K. Another flash.
Just a good finish for Ben Thomas to kind of salvage. He was sitting second overall. So, it dropped down probably a little bit after this finish. But, I thought he was going to be getting dropped by this group because they were just attacking each other left and right for the last 10 kilometers. So, good finish for him.
Barty going to go on the attack here. First to go into the red zone. As they come up to 500 meters to go now.
The longest 500
Nair
meters.
Attacks right up the back of the group. Great move from Zach Nair here. You want to talk about dropping a power bomb. Just laid it down and opened up about 20 meters over these guys in a matter of seconds. Oliver Dowd going to try and respond. Thomas just behind him. But as Nair goes through 200 meters, this guy went for the long bomb today in the race for fourth.
Yeah, but he's been so aggressive in the back too.
Echelon rider. Yeah, go ahead.
Yep, exactly, Brad. I mean, it's just he's got the power. It just he couldn't sustain the effort to hang on with those guys at the front. So that's a good result for him.
So they go Nair, Dowd, Thomas, and then Bickley. Jack Barty, the early attacker from X-Speed United, will in for, and looks like for be just behind him for 9th. And then the German from the Rose Beast Mode team, Hauser, going to round out your top 10 here. Impressive to see these guys stuck together. I mean, relatively close to your finisher's time here. All 10 of these guys had a great ride today on the Gila Monster.
Typically, you don't see a group that big come into the finish line,
Yeah.
so that was fun to watch.
Yeah, like Brad, like you're saying, like they're all kind of running in together. Yeah, I would have expected a bigger gap from once you kind of get dropped day 3. You know, the motivation to stay up there and really give her. But no, these guys have fought to the end.
It was interesting to see how the two different groups raced. That group of 3 up at the front was much more conservative than the group of 5 behind them. The group racing for 4th place was attacking left and right, but the dynamics were so much different in the first group because they had 2 teammates from restart and then just one odd man out in the group. So it was kind of interesting how it changed those things.
Yeah, the spikes and valleys between in the second group is going to be all over the place, whereas that first group is going to be more steady effort.
It's going to be Mike Swart and Valentin Slazy on the way in, still inside top 20 here. This guy's going to have a little drag race to the line here as well. Sometimes it's fun to finish like this. A rider that you've been riding with all day, Lauren, you just kind of inconsequential placing, but you might as well sprint it out.
Yeah, it's the gamesmanship. Sometimes if I'm really exhausted, I wouldn't be very happy about that. But at the same time, it's then I've also seen people say that, oh, my coach, no matter what, I have to sprint to the finish. It's like, okay, whatever. Just be happy.
It's best, right? That's all that matters. All right, still welcoming our top 20 in. This will be Feldhaus in for 17th. In and done. He's got Silen Korva behind him in 18th. Ola Nicek will go 19th. And then looks like Sarnecki in for 20th. But your top 10 pretty close together on the day today. 3.8 average watt per kilo for Kevin Bouchard-Hall. That is some efficient riding. You can see how they put Jordan Shane in a box today, making him do a 4.53 average watts per kilogram. That's what you get when you get into a breakaway with 2 restart racing riders, Lauren.
Exactly, Brad. Like you said, we never saw Kevin Bouchard-Hall until the climb. Jordan Shane was the one to strike out, so that's why his numbers are going to be higher. And, yeah, Kevin played a very savvy race today. Just follow until it counts, which was the last kilometer.
And Garrett, like you said, it's pretty rare to see this close inside the top 10 on this finish of Gila Monster.
It's a tough stage, tough day, and usually, just 1s and 2s come through. And we were provided a treat today. We had a nice race between the top 3, and then that big group came in after that. So it was fun racing, and I commend all the riders.
Well, that should give Kevin Bouchard-Hall an even bigger lead into your GC, as he's going to end this one with a commanding lead over Jaden Yeager, moving into second place overall. Jordan Shane will pick up a third overall as Ben Thomas drops down to fourth on GC here on the final day. Zach Nair rode his way up into fifth, taking a fourth on the day, first out of his group. And then Brad Bickley, sixth overall. Jack Barty will take seventh with Charlie Beek in eighth. And then Hauser in ninth, and Schaefer rounding out your top 10. Some impressive ride for our pro men today. Lauren, any final thoughts from this result? I mean, any names surprise you today? Best ride of the day for you?
I was just going to say that there's nothing better than winning GC than getting 1-2 in GC. So that's a pretty stacked podium for those guys for restart, and then having, rounding out the top 10 with Steven down there. Ride of the day, I still like Jordan kind of taking the race by the reins and giving it a go. I mean, you have to try. So that was good racing by him. But Kevin's ride of the day.
All right, we've got our overall winner, Kevin Bouchard-Hall, in our SIS Zoom room with Emma Watson.
Thanks, Brad. I'm here in Zoom with our winner today, Kevin Bouchard-Hall. Kevin, a dominating performance throughout the entire weekend, but I want to highlight your team specifically. Can you talk about your team's strategy going into stage 3 of this race?
Yeah, the plan was to try to make sure that Jaden and I were together going into the final climb. And at that point, I know Jaden and I were together once we got to the top of the Gila monster that, we had big boys, big watts, and we would be able to survive. And that's what we did. We put a guy in the early breaks. We could sit in, and Ben Thomas's team did a ton of work and made it really hard all the way to the start of the climb. And thankfully, they did the work and we didn't have to. And then Jordan did his amazing riding and just put us absolutely on the ropes. And thankfully, we were able to hang on. And we had Jordan and I together. Jaden and I together. It doesn't get better than that. So Jordan put up a really good fight considering his odds. But I'm happy that we hung tough.
Going into the rest of the season, how comfortable does your team feel right now in the standings?
Pretty good. We haven't, we'll have a lot of crits coming up. We'll be sprinty heavy, and we have different guys like Oliver that are going to be ready to light those up. So I think, we're well-rounded, and it's going to be fun. I'm looking forward to it.
All right, last question for you. How do you feel after this win?
Great. I didn't really expect it at all, but I'm really fit. I'm getting ready for Worlds, and I guess fitness and playing the game well. If you look at the watts per kilogram, I think I was the lowest basically every day. So I'm playing the game really well, and I'm fast when I need to be. But I'm really relying heavily on others to do the work, and feel bad for Jordan because he was by far the Jordan and Jaden were the strongest guys in the race, and I just happened to be really good at drafting.
All right. Thank you so much, Kevin. Brad, back to you.
Thanks.
Kevin Bouchard-Hall cooling down after a successful weekend. Doesn't get much better than that, Lauren. When you're good, you're good. And Kevin obviously had it today. So it'll be interesting to see if he carries that into next week. We're going to be heading to the Intelligentsia Cup and Tulsa Tough, but criterium-style racing. So I think Joe Martin stage race is maybe the next thing that Kevin will be looking at.
I agree, and like he just said, he's had the lowest watts per kilo this entire weekend, and he obviously is getting better at playing the game. Crit's coming up, not really his strong suit, but he's good. He's happy to be a part of a really strong team, and that's what he said is kind of like lifting him and moving him forward.
Well, Restart Racing had a great weekend this weekend at the virtual tour of the Gila. Getting ready for our pro women coming up after this as our pro men cool down. Pro women making their way into the starting grid here. We'll be with them very shortly. Let's take one quick break here in our virtual tour of the Gila. And when we come back, we'll get back to our live racing with our elite women after this.
My name is Dr. Alan Lim. I'm an exercise physiologist, and I've spent most of my career working with professional cyclists. For years, I've been getting riders to ride on static trainers that don't move. But now, with the Infinity technology by Ceres on the MP1 platform, you have fore-aft movement as well as side-to-side movement that ultimately greatly enhances comfort. Every single contact point can move in a more natural way, and over the long haul, what that means is you don't get beat up by your static trainer. With just that little bit of motion, you start to replicate what you feel in the outdoors, and that changes the entire experience. I think that one of the big reasons for that is that we're naturally tuned to want to move. Our vestibular system, when it's activated, ends up, creating, I think, a sense of harmony or joy that just isn't the same when you're not able to move. It's like the difference between a rocking chair versus a static chair. And a lot of it, I think, is about expectation, because when you get it on a bicycle, you expect it to move. And so when you get on the MP1 platform with the Infinity technology, you get that same level of movement. 6 degrees side to side, 9.5 inches fore and aft. And what that does is it creates an experience that is just so much more enjoyable, so much more fun than being on a static trainer. When you look at the design of the MP1 platform, it's not just designed for the H3 trainer by Ceres. It's also designed to be compatible with almost every new smart trainer currently on the market. So if you don't own the H3, but you have your own trainer at home, odds are this will be compatible with the MP1. Another unique feature of the Infinity technology on the Ceres MP1 platform is that it's best in class. You have 6 degrees of side-to-side motion and 9.5 inches of fore-aft motion. That's movement that specifically replicates what you feel outdoors, and there's no other competitor on the market that can simulate that type of movement. It's certainly not the kind of movement that you can get by just putting tennis balls under your trainer. Cycling isn't just about your legs and your lungs. It's also about being able to handle the bicycle, and that takes a lot of control in both your core as well as all of these small stabilizer muscles. On an indoor trainer that is static, you're just not getting any of that specificity. But with the Infinity technology built into the MP1 platform, you are able to use and have to use all of those stabilizers to control the bicycle. The net effect is that not only do you get a workout for your legs and your lungs, but you also get a workout for your core. The Infinity technology built into the MP1 platform creates the best-in-class movement for any trainer system. You've got 6 degrees of side-to-side movement, 9.5 inches of fore-aft movement, and the net result is way more comfort, way more fun, the ability to use your core or stabilizer muscles, and you've got a platform that is compatible with most trainers.
Welcome back. Taking a look at your pro women's field on the line as they are getting ready, just about 10 minutes away from their race start, little under 10 minutes until pro women take to the course here. The big story today is between the two stars of the Echelon Racing League, talking about Jackie Godby and Julia Scalu. They have just checked in to our SIS Zoom room, so we'll be in for another great battle between these two today. Garrett, watching these two riders yesterday was a pleasure watching that battle, and looks like we're going to get that again today. But I want you to talk me through again how this course compares to yesterday's, because it was all about Scalu on the climb. She had that power to weight to advantage, but can she do it again today with not as much steep climbing?
We'll see how today shapes out. Today it starts out kind of flatter. There's some little bit of lumps in descent, but then probably about 2/3 of the way the course, or maybe a little bit of halfway into the course, we get our first big climb of the day. It's really steep, and then it sort of drags up over the top and a bit of descent before a final little kicker to the finish. So If Godby can hang with Skalou going over that first steep climb, I think we'll have an exciting finish. Otherwise, if she gets a gap, Skalou might be able to hold it all the way to the finish. So we'll see how that plays out today.
Well, into our third day of racing here at the Virtual Tour of the Gila, Julia Skalou moves into the GC lead yesterday with an 8 gap over Jackie Godby heading into day today. Rhea Mobbs into third place overall at 2 hours 15 minutes, and then Megan Easler in fourth place overall with Erin Ayala sitting fifth here as well. So Skalou in a pretty good position here. I got to beat her by 8 seconds or more today, Lauren, to move back into the GC. This may be the first time we see Jackie Godby not only lose a stage, but lose a GC battle this weekend.
For the challenge, isn't she? I mean, it seems like every time that we talk to her, she is excited about going hard and being in the pain cave and just like relishing in this painful spot. So I think she is probably as excited as she could be about bike racing and sitting in second, in my honest opinion.
Well, of course, the riders will be racing for the much-coveted Tour of the Gila trophy, the pottery, but we also have the NFT this season in the Echelon Racing League. Our overall winners of Season 2 will be receiving NFTs minted by the Echelon Racing League and RGT, so they're competing for the overall NFT, but also those very cool pottery bowls that we'll be giving away to our overall GC winners here at Tour of the Gila. The trophies, by the way, that we're awarding, we talked about how those were shipped all over the world. That is not an easy thing to do. These are handcrafted by a local artisan in Silver City using the Nimbres people style of pottery. It's this very unique black on white style of pottery. So it was really cool to see these get shipped all over the world. One to Scotland, one to Australia. Luckily, Jackie Godby and Tom Thrall in 2020 were in the United States, so that helped cut down on shipping costs. But it's so cool seeing all these people celebrating their very cool trophies here at Tour of the Gila. A big part of that is because our race director has really been able to work hard on making that happen. Jack, and Jack, this is so cool because it's not only a piece of Tour of the Gila, it's a piece of Silver City, New Mexico, a piece of Southwest New Mexico.
Yeah, you got to think about how fragile that is just to ship that around, like you're saying. But it's a piece of artwork, and to have that in your house is kind of an honor. Especially like nobody knows where Silver City, New Mexico is, and that's kind of the beauty of it. Is like it's this beautiful, teeny tiny town in the middle of nowhere, and yeah, to be a winner of that is the honor.
Jack Brennan joining us here. Jack, tell us more about the trophy. The artisan behind these trophies has been with you for many, many years.
Yes, good afternoon. Robin Parson has actually been with Tour of the Gila since the concept race. So she's been trophy bows from day one. And the artwork is really representative of the bows, what bows have been found. You know, there's been a log of hundreds have been found, and so and her husband makes each bowls from, and then the image of that was done 1,000 years ago. So that's pretty amazing. But as far as this, I use a really good shipper here in town called Eagle Mail. I give them the trophy bowl, Brad will box it, and we have not launched one yet. So fingers crossed.
I always wondered how you packed it and shipped it around the country. That's very cool. And I know there's going to be a lot of riders, well, at least 2 riders, looking forward to their trophy this year. And you may be sending one to Germany, so I hope you're ready. We're getting the postal code ready right now, the way things are looking right now, because Julia Skalou has been on fire this weekend, Lauren. I mean, picking up her first win yesterday, but it's been so much fun to watch 2 riders last week. I think once Skalou finally has the taste of blood now, things get a lot different now that she knows she can beat Jackie Godby.
And how about the differences? Like Skalou never being on RGT. This is Godby's second year, different trainers, you know, so one's a time trialist, one's a road specialist. So that's the beauty of having all these different athletes come together.
We found this team.
Well, and Skalou focusing on the.
We were just some German girls, started racing in community in Swift, And then in the first season, we were good enough to reach Premium League, the highest league. Yeah, and that was the beginning. And for now, we have bigger goals like the World Championships. Yes.
You've run on Zwift primarily. How is RGT races different from Zwift?
Draft is different. I think the draft is a little higher, but if you lose the draft, it's harder to get back. In Zwift, it's a little bit easier, I think. And then the curves in RGT are different to Zwift. You have to slow down like in real life. In Zwift, you can you can do the curves like in the race pace. And in RGT, you always have to sprint after the curves, I think. Yes.
Does that change how you ride your races?
Yes, I have to learn to do more sprints. In our actual training, we do these peak powers, like 30-30s or 20-20s or so. To hit red lights.
Yeah. In the past 2 races, since we've only had 2, you've been facing off against American Jackie Godby. How has that competition been for you?
She's very, very strong. We raced in Zwift, and there was a little bit better than her on climbs, but she is the better sprinter. She has more absolute watts, and yeah, I think her technique is better than mine. Yeah, and I really think she's really strong and a good racer. She has more power.
Julia Gila is certainly going to be watched today. There are your 2 matched up, getting ready to go. We are just 2 minutes away from race start, and that means it's time for our official starter.
Hello, I'm Howie Morales, Lieutenant Governor of New Mexico, and I want to say welcome to the 2022 virtual Tour of the Gila, and thank you for returning to this really special race that is heart and soul to beautiful Southwest New Mexico. If you haven't visited us here yet, please make a plan to do it in the near future. I promise you, you won't be disappointed. Despite the big challenges of the COVID pandemic, I am very happy that this great Tour of the Gila is going to occur again this year, but virtually. For that, I am grateful to all the organizers and volunteers who make this race happen year after year. And we are grateful to you. I especially want to thank Jack Brennan and Brad Soner for leading the effort. We are excited to have Echelon Racing League provide the virtual platform RGT Cycling, who have created an amazing in real life race course onto their cycle platform for this tour. I grew up my whole life in the community where the Tour of the Gila takes place, Silver City, New Mexico, and I live there still today with my children and my family. Let me tell you, we are honored and excited to have all the national and international attention that the Tour of the Gila brings to this state and this community. So please come back for the real race planned for April 27th to May 5th, God willing. I look forward to seeing all of you in person then. So good luck to everyone. Have a great race and many blessings.
Thank you very much, Lieutenant Governor Morales, as we have just left the start line at the front of our pro women's field. Surprise, surprise, Rhea Mobbs taking it to the front. Remember, Mobbs was the surprise rider in what was a group of 3 at the finish yesterday with Julia Gila and Jackie Godby. So Mobbs definitely the wild card out there today. Looks like they've already got some separation going in this front group. Good to see Erin Ayala hanging with them. Ayala been challenging herself every day, pushing the limits pretty much every stage of the Echelon Racing League, so I'm excited to see what she can do. Had a great battle with Megan Easler yesterday, so we'll be keeping our eye on that rematch again today as I'll actually getting up to the front here in the Velocity Vixen kit.
Yeah, yesterday, Easler was kind of off the back, I felt like, and I had assumed that was day over for her, and then she comes in ahead of Ayala. So, hopefully Ayala can salvage a bit from that and go in with a little bit more of encouragement of really put forth the effort today, like she's going to. But yeah, it's good to see that this race is going straight from the gun.
11 riders getting some separation here. Mob's the last of them. Soleil rolling off the front.
And Mobs was our wild card yesterday, and now that we know that she's got climbing legs, I wonder if we'll see something similar to the men's race of kind of, well, I was going to say she'd kind of wait until the climb, but apparently she's not afraid to take the race by the reins and go ahead and go for it.
The question is really, when does the separation happen between Godby and Scalou? It's only a matter of time.
It'll be interesting to see if, compared to yesterday, if there's already a bigger group yesterday. What were there? 3-4 people in a group right at the start yesterday. So we got this pretty big group right already, and we'll see if it holds together to the base of the climb.
Well, 72K of racing on tap for the riders today. Going to be a big day of riding on tap. So plenty of food, plenty of nutrition, ready for the riders. But, Lauren, I think this third day really takes its toll on you after 3 days of virtual racing. I know both of these riders were feeling it yesterday. Just the fatigue of 3 consistent days of racing. That's 3 days where you got to get up and do your morning routine, make sure you're getting your breakfast, your bedtime routine, everything. It's more than just the race when you're competing.
Yeah, like Garrett said, just kind of how today's going to play out versus yesterday. And even Godby kind of alluded to that yesterday, didn't she? That there's a bit of fatigue setting in. She's kind of tired. So, yeah, I'm just curious if Godby's going to want everybody to just kind of ride into this race a little bit today for her advantage. And Chalou, yeah, I mean, what an effort yesterday that she had put in that climb, standing almost the entire last 5K, it looked like. Yeah, just see how much their legs are loaded today from these last couple of days of racing, or if they've had enough time to recover properly.
And we heard Scalou talk about how she recognizes she's, the stronger climber, and she doesn't want to bring Godby to the end at the finish. So I would expect to see some fireworks here on this first steep section of the climb as we get a little past the halfway section of the course.
But the same thing to counter that, Garrett, is that like what we've seen in the men's race is like Jaeger had that power to weight ratio on all that downhill, and there was enough downhill that he could stick with that climber essentially with Shane, and then carry it enough speed into the finish and almost pull off a win. So we've seen that with Godby and Chalou in the Iron Horse. Chalou had this massive separation. It was like almost 500 meters, and Godby made it all up on this downhill. So, yeah, it's all about the second half of this race. But, yeah, super curious if anybody's going to try and set up an early attack, just kind of to whittle down the field and hope for the best going into that climb.
That's a great point, especially as you saw in, like you said, the men's race. There's after that initial climb, there's a pretty substantial descent where definitely plays into Godby's hands.
Well, as our women work out their situation up at the front of the group, we also have our para and hand cycling running in tandem with our women's race here in the Echelon Racing League. We'll go check in with our paracyclist first, Joe Bernier, no surprise, the Chicago legend, back on the front here, but he does have Todd Key with him. We watched Todd move past Bernier the last 10 or 15K of racing yesterday, so it looks like they're back for a rematch with Mr. Paul Kilgore in the group here as well. But right now, Joe crushing it on the front. Here's Todd Key, the Velotrack cycling rider. Now, these riders doing the Criterium course, the downtown Silver City Criterium course for our para and hand cycling. It was just too difficult of a course. We wanted to keep it to a reasonable time, so these riders racing on the Silver City Crit course. Looks like Key going to make his way past Bernier as these guys going to put up a good battle today in the paracycling competition. We'll keep our eye on.
Yeah, these two guys, like, you know, Todd took it to Joe yesterday, so I imagine Joe's going to have a little bit of revenge racing today to get after.
Key staying on the gas here. In the pain zone, doing 8 watts per kilo here in the crit.
He wants separation.
Brutal.
Maybe talk to Lauren about how to win the Gila crit.
Now, Lauren, the 2013 winner of the Gila crit. We dusted off the footage.
Back in my day. Look at the guy on that fence. He is super stoked. That guy's
Everyone's
happy.
super stoked. The announcers called it the best win of your career. Is that an accurate description at this point in your career?
At the time, yes, there's no doubt. This was my first opportunity on the big stage. Normally it was, honestly, it was more like criterium racing specifically that I was given the opportunities for, not necessarily a stage race, because, you know, sprinting and making the effort does take a lot out of you, and I was much needed for these last days, you know, for today's stage. You know, it's not all about the crit, right? It was all about the GC. So, yeah, it was my opportunity to finally get a chance, and really enjoyed it. And when you go 1-2, like I said, with Kevin and Jaeger, like, it's just like icing on the cake.
And it really speaks to the variety of courses you get at the Tour of the Gila as well. Even someone like Lauren Hall can have a good day at the Tour of the Gila. It's not just about climbers.
Thanks, teammate. I can't wait to ride tandem with you.
Looking at the front of our hand cycling competition here, this is Sander Koeman leading the way. Got Andre with him. Koeman in the H3 category. Andre riding in the men's H4 category. You can see their pair of categories to the right of their names. Helps us keep track of the different categories of riders out there racing. I see Parker, another H3 competitor in this race as well, in a third position here. So Dutch rider Koeman taking an early lead at the front of the hand cycles. Andre really taking advantage of that bump bar, the draft bar on the back of these hand cycles. Koeman rides for the ASC Olympia squad and has been with us, I think, every week of the Echelon Racing League. So very cool to see consistent riders taking advantage of the hand and para categories offered in the Echelon Racing League.
And it was great to see when you showed the webcam the turbo trainers that were set up for the hand cyclists. Yeah. Which is really neat to see. I haven't seen a at home sort of smart turbo trainer this type of setup, and it's really cool.
We were talking about the hydration system that each of these riders sort of develops for their own unique needs. Obviously, the hand cyclists have to figure out a hands-free way to get some hydration in. So see a lot of those longer straws and camelback type hydration systems. And that's key, especially in virtual racing. You sweat so much on the trainer. And sometimes it can be tough to keep yourself hydrated in these scenarios. Just like in real life, I guess, riding outside as well. You don't always want to drink. Some riders even have signs up in their training areas reminding them to eat and drink. Make sure you're always fueling.
Oh, no. we have a technical difficulty there to Joe's advantage.
Yeah, that was Todd Key registering 0 watts per kilo. That is almost definitely some sort of technical dropout. So hate to see that, as you see Joe Bernier putting time in to get connected, work out whatever tech issue it is. There he goes, back to registering power for Key. So now he's got to close down a 320-meter gap that Joe Bernier was just able to open up. Think of it like a flat tire. It happens. It's part of bike racing, and now Key looking to fight his way back into the red zone here. Remember, we watched Matt Usborne in his race try to do this, fight back after a mechanical. Usborne didn't make it, but he had about 20 guys working together up in that front group. So this is just a head-to-head battle here between Key and Bernier. We'll see if Todd Key makes it back up there.
Did he just drop out again? Oh, man, that's a bummer. And, hey, since this is the crit, let's let him have a free lap. We're going to have to add that to RGT.
Go. I like that.
Man, that's got to be frustrating too. I mean, you've set up, Brad, like you're saying, you've got everything going on in your pain cave, quote unquote pain cave, and towel, music, you're online, you're plugged in, and to get disconnected like that is pretty disheartening and frustrating, no doubt, and can definitely crush your motivation to continue. Seems like everybody's kind of calmed down here, settled into the race a bit. And again, that's kind of what we saw in the men's race too, is like nothing really happened. We did have a break, or the break off the front, but it didn't roll away too far. But yeah, it seems like this is just kind of everyone's buying their time a bit.
Yeah. I don't think there's any urgency for Godby to try and get the split going. Galoo either. I think they're more than wait for the other one to initiate the attacks. Or maybe Mobs. Maybe Mobs will be the interesting one in the race today. The British rider from the Faster Cyclist team. And there's our look at Rhea. Camera on today. It's about 8:45 in the UK.
I was about to say, working late tonight.
How many 100 hours is that, Brad?
Well, you just take 12 and then divide by the square root, and then you multiply it by 0. Square the square root again. Yeah. Shalou going to lift the pace a little bit here. Just taking a little look off the front. Julia is certainly the most dedicated virtual rider in this field. She has committed herself to riding on these virtual platforms. It's not a stepping stone for Skalou. It's about being the best e-racer that she can be. So I think it's pretty cool to have a rider focusing on these virtual platforms.
And some of the positive about the virtual platform and is just, it eliminates the travel, those type of expenses. It's kind of neat. It's almost, you need the technology, the initial startup equipment, but otherwise it's more inclusive, right? Anyone can race, you don't have to travel, those type of things. So there's a lot of positives to this type of racing.
Yeah, the biggest expense besides the bike is going to be your trainer, essentially, the smart trainer and internet.
Mm-hmm. And as we've seen, having a good sound internet connection is definitely definitely worthwhile. I know, like when I was in college, I would, sort of bum the internet connection off of our the neighbor or the community center and where I live.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
I don't think that would work quite as well.
Excuse me, Starbucks. Do you mind if I just set up right outside? It's just going to be a quick 2 hours. Don't mind me and my efforts over here. I'm just going to leave a sweaty pool.
We did have some riders try with the phone hotspot. They tried to, use their phone as a hotspot for the computer connection. It does not work. Yeah, I think you need a better connection than that. Things heating up a little bit. All of the avatars getting out of the saddle here. A little change in elevation. And starting to go single file up at the front here. So Mobs is lifting the pace a little bit. And guess who's there? Gothi and Shalou. Ayala right behind.
Someone we don't see up in this front group is Megan Easler.
We'll see if we can figure out if Easler even made the start today. I don't know if I saw her early on. Here's Erin Ayala.
Looks like she's got a snack ready and waiting.
Yeah. I can't even begin to guess what that snack is.
Do we have our high resolution Zoom?
Yeah. When you picked out the trophies in the background yesterday, can you describe that trophy? Because I can't really tell what that is.
Yeah, so it's like a metal CNC machined cutout trophy. It's like really thick sheet metal that they CNC the logo into and then cut out the circle on top. So that's the Tour of America's Dairyland logo in the center of that steel circle just in front of the spare wheel she's got hanging on the bike. I really love following Erin on Instagram because she gives a really good insight into what her sort of preparation is like, what life is like for a virtual racer. She always gives us some insight into her pre and post-race preparations. There you go, Garrett. There's the CSI Zoom.
Thanks, guys.
I love it. I cannot tell what type of discs those are, but I do see that she's on disc brake wheels. Erin is a sports psychologist, got her PhD. So obviously can apply a lot of those lessons to what she's doing on virtual racing. Also a published author. She has 20 pieces in various journals. Most
very gifted athletes that show up.
Most recent publication was Angry, Frustrated, and Silent, Women's Responses to Microaggressions within the discipline that coined microaggressions. Does a lot of gender studies in sports and business. I probably have a much easier time reading her thesis than Jackie Godby's peptide bonding. I was never great in science.
But you gave it a shot, and that's all we can ask.
That's right. Erin is also the Director of Research, Development, and Assessment at Premier Sports Psychology. So works with a lot of high-level athletes, getting them to where they want to be. A little bit of separation in this group behind Moira Nelson, leading a group of 3, and then it looks like Ann Rokanen just a little bit off this group. So Moira and Brenna linking up here with the faster cyclist team.
Yeah, Brad, all the names that we would expect to be at the front are there. Again, Mobs is the new one on course that we are still a little unsure of and unknown until yesterday. So, it's quickly weeding out that front group.
Looks like Rokkanen about to get back up there as well. Riding with that XXX Racing Athletico jersey. Putting in a big effort to get there. Into the red zone here. That's what you have to do.
You got to.
Close it down early. Yep.
Yeah, not wanting to get dropped quite yet. There's still a ton of racing to go. And you've just gotten started. You 22 minutes in, and you kind of think, gosh, it sure would be nice if we just settle down for a little bit so I could just ride into this a bit more. It's almost like a crit. Like you start out so hard in those first laps or two, just like full gas, and then it kind of settles in. And you're like, okay, and then you find your legs and your rhythm and your adrenaline drops back down. But yeah, these ladies are just going from the gun.
And as Julia Skalou alluded to, that once you lose the draft in this platform, it's a lot harder to catch back on because the draft gives you a little more benefit here compared to others, such as the Zwift type platforms. So it's all that more important to maintain your draft.
Yeah, I think that's why we saw Jordan Shane stay with that group of two in the men's finish. I think he was using that draft to his advantage, getting maximum draft while he could. Emma O'Toole is getting no draft right now, stuck in the middle of nowhere right now, trying to get up to the wheel of Rokkanen. She's got 40 meters to get there.
And she looks really unhappy. The last couple times we've seen her in Zoom, she's usually kind of like got this staring through your soul look over to her left shoulder, right? So she's really giving her to try and get back on this wheel.
Now we go further back to Oulet and Larson riding together in 10th and 11th. I want to give a shout out to Tammy Brimner. You see the rider in 12th position. That's actually our photographer in the Echelon Racing League. She is in every one of these races taking these awesome galleries of high-res photos of all the riders that they get in their inbox immediately for the finish. So see Tammy rolling around out there on her camera bike, taking pictures of our virtual racing. Back up to the front. These four. So now this is Ayala's game, because I think the goal now for Aaron becomes, how long can I stay with this group?
Exactly. And then, is Mobs going to go on the attack, or is Shalou? It's I always feel like Godby just kind of reacts the first half of the race, first around 3/4 of the race, and then it's just like she's just like this steady, just harder up into the finish line. So I don't really see Godby going on the attack, especially she kind of alluded to maybe not feeling 100% and digging a bit of a hole. So yeah, this is anyone's game.
Shalou going to put a little pressure on. Yep.
With Rhea Mob's ride yesterday, in that, the initial part of the climb, she kind of got dropped, but she was able to claw her way back and put up a strong fight going into that second part of that final climb on the Magion finish. So I wouldn't be surprised to see something out of her today.
Skalou's fan club starting to amass. Oh, wow.
Back over to our para race. Todd Key is back in it. Saw Key with
Good for him.
Technical dropout earlier. Looks like he got back on and got back up to Joe Bernier as they go inside the last 2K of racing here. That's tough to come back from. especially when you break that rhythm, right? You get that zero, and it's like you have to get off the trainer. You're kind of out of your zone. You're thrown off. So for Key to come back from that, very impressive. Doing great holding the wattage as well. Look at his wattage profile, just that one spike up there.
It's like angry watts, angry internet watts coming back. Yeah. That's a good effort.
And then Joe Bernier into second, and Paul Kilgore riding in third here. There's a look at Paul. See Paul's Paralyzed Veterans of America Racing jersey hanging in the background. Got his flag going too. Cool to see the support for PVA. They were a big part in bringing the para and hand cycling avatars. They really up with the Echelon Racing League to make that happen this season. So now paracyclists and hand cyclists have the option to choose what type of bike they want to ride. If they want to ride a hand or a tricycle bike in the game, they're able to do that in the load-in screen.
Brad, do the or maybe Lauren would know as well, do the para and the hand cyclists, are they part of the entire race series themselves, or they're just this race? How does that work?
Yeah, they run a para and hand series all season long. So they always have the second slot of our pro weekend of racing. So we alternate the order that the men and women start in, and then our para and hand cyclists are always with the second race of the day. But they do have a series or a season-long competition in para and hand cycling categories. So
that's great to hear.
Key back into the red zone here.
Brad, he's taking it to the line.
Yeah. And looks like he'll hold off Joe Bernier by about 200 meters to the line. Great ride for Todd Key, the Velotrack cycling rider, as Joe Bernier makes his way to the line. I wish I knew more about Todd's story. I'll try and get some backstory on him for next week. I know Joe from racing quite a bit in Chicago. And then Paul Kilgore looks like will hold on for third in our para competition. Thumbs up from Paul, looking good out there.
Nice.
I love the support for all the organizations in the back. The Base Adaptive team you see as well, one of the other adaptive cycling teams out there. Looks like he's got some of his finishers medals. Always cool to support your teams out there.
Those are always those little motivations, isn't it? Just to kind of look over and instead of just seeing a blank wall that's behind me right now, but just to have those reminders of where you've been, what you're doing, and it just keeps you going. That's always been something that one of the reasons I display anything. It's not about, I'm not trying to show off or anything, but it's just a reminder of really good memories and things that I enjoy doing every single day.
I see some riders put like motivational messages or a sticker somewhere on their bike as a reminder of a certain cause or reason that they're riding. And I saw Erin Ayala was riding with her ride group sweatband. Molly Cameron's new ride group. She had her pink and blue sweatband on, racing yesterday, supporting Molly's group for more inclusion for trans riders in the sport.
Yeah, that's a pretty distinctive armband, isn't it? I've got mine proudly at home as well, and saw Molly at Steamboat this year, and yeah, it's just good to have all athletes in this sport.
Kuman and Andre still together at the front of our hand cycling competition here. Looks like they have gotten rid of Parker into third, but these two going to ride together today. Two different categories. Kuman is in the H3 category. Andre is in the H4 category. In hand cycling, they have different levels of ability. And those H classifications, it goes 1 through 5. These two going to ride together. You see that carbon frame underneath Kuman. Really incredible machines that these riders are on, and it's really cool to have that replicated in the game here as well. There's the bell for one lap to go in our crit for these two. Very cool.
Nice touch, guys. So even though they're in different categories, they are able to draft off of one another.
Yeah. I'm not sure if Andre would be in a recumbent son, not in the H4 classification. I think he just chose the avatar of the able-bodied rider today. H4 is usually for paraplegic with impairments from the T11 down or amputees that are unable to kneel. Whereas H3, which would be Kuman's category, paraplegics with impairment from the T4 through T10. They go through these verification processes every year. If you're going to compete at a high level in paracycling, you have to go to an approved doctor to sort of get evaluated and approved for your competition level, whatever category you're going to be racing in for that season. So they do that at the beginning of each season, and then you compete in that category because obviously some riders will get better, some conditions will get worse, and so they reevaluate the category every year.
When I was on United Healthcare, Sean Morelli was a teammate of mine,
Sure.
and she gave us quite the education on exactly what you're talking about. And she is just one. I just hold her in top regard in almost any athlete that I think about, because she's a multi-time Olympian, multi-time world champion. She brought her medal to camp, and it's just, you know, it's just amazing the gifts that she has. So, yeah, we still keep in touch. I miss Sean, and yeah, I look forward to her coming back to racing.
Sean represented us, I think, twice in the Paralympics, 2016 and then again in 2020. I know she had 3 golds and I think 4 total medals. One of the more decorated para-athletes of the 2016.
And she's humble about it too. You're like, hey, man, show those things off.
Yeah.
I'd be wearing those things all the time. Come on. And she would have it in her back pocket, and I'm like, no way, pull that thing out. Like, display that.
Wear it around the neck. Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I watched her win the time trial for a gold medal in Tokyo this year. So that's one of her golds. And I think the other 2 came in 2016. Yeah.
She did, I think, Joe Martin stage race with us just to essentially train, you know, and she's extremely tough and gifted and motivated.
Looks like Andre going to sprint it out to the line here at the front of our hand cycling competition. Kuma trying to get there. But Andre launching the attack at about 200 meters out. Looks like he'll hold on for the win on the Silver City Criterium course in our hand cycling competition. Nice job. And then Sander Kuhlman crossed the line in third. Looks like Parker, or second, sorry. Looks like Parker will be good for third. No change at the front of our elite women's field. Mobbs, Godby, Shalou, and Ayala all still there. Doing about 3 watts per kilo on the front. I think these riders are all happy to be in this group. They got still 52K of racing to go, so no real urgency. They're on the molasses section, of course, right now, the long uphill grind.
Good description. Is that in the race guide? Is that how they describe that?
They don't accept that term in Switzerland, believe it or not. That's not an official UCI term, but a lot of different in the United States. We got miles. We got all kinds of crazy stuff. We got gallons. Why not make up our own descriptor words as well? This is the second group on the road. Maura and Brennan Nelson. And looks like they've got Rokkanen with them as well. Baker has also made it up into this group. The Project Echelon rider in 8th position. We'll make it 4 up here in the chase group for 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th place.
I think these two groups, there's probably some sort of understanding of the course is going to make it hard enough. We don't have to attack each other.
Rhea Mobbs getting a little bit of encouragement, a little bit of coaching. I think she just saw herself on the broadcast. Much like watching yourself race your bike, I'm sure it's very weird to see yourself from this third person perspective. So I understand. I'll bet that's weird. It's like listening to yourself, right? When you listen to a voicemail you left or whatever. Even as an announcer, it never gets easier.
That's definitely something I've learned. It's not natural to hear yourself talking, and I definitely I'd rather not. So, but no, kudos for them. Thank you for them for turning on their Zoom for us, because it also gives us a little more insight of how they're feeling, what they're doing, and having somebody in your corner like this talking to you or encouraging you. Or just maybe educating somebody on RGT, and maybe we'll have another new rider soon enough.
Holding steady, about 200 watts. Lauren, talk to me about these numbers. They're doing, let's say, 3 to 3.5 watts per kilo. I mean, is that a zone that you can hold for 51K? Like, typically, what do those numbers look like?
Ooh, I'm going to defer this question to Garrett, because I enjoyed riding off a field, and he's a professional. But, and then I would show my ignorance in racing. No, but I would say like endurance pace is around 2 watts per kilo for me. And I think that's probably across the board. But Garrett, is 3K or 3 watts per kilo? Is that race pace?
Yeah, it depends a little bit on the actual individual as well. Bigger people tend to put out a little more watts per kilo, but I'd say that's a pretty good number. Here we're seeing them right here. They're going hard, but they're not going super hard. I'd probably say they're at a tempo pace, and they're 3.5 watts per kilo. So I'd say you're right in the ballpark.
Shoo hoo hoo. All right, made me look good.
but I also agree with Lauren as well. That's the area that I've gone into. But when I was riding, I actually didn't like to look at a lot of numbers, heart rate, even things like that, just because even in heart rate, there's a lot of variability from day to day. Fatigue plays a role, that type of thing. So I think learning to go by feel is a great way to go as well. Since the power meters, came about in the early 2000s, there's a lot of people that will just, stare at their power meter and go from there. But I think you miss a little bit of the art of racing by doing that. They're great tools to have, but I think going by feel is also a great way to go as well.
Agreed, Garrett. Like, one thing that I would use Tour of the Gila as an example of like that, like today and that last day of racing, and you think you feel kind of bad, and you're like, well, maybe I'm putting out good numbers, and you kind of look down, you're like, oh yeah, affirmation, yep, I'm feeling bad, or like, maybe I feel good, and you kind of look down, you're like, nope, don't think I'm feeling good. Sometimes that was almost like affirmation of yes or no, and then it's just like you got to throw that out the window, because that's just one piece of the puzzle, right? The rest of it's, like you said, what we've talked about earlier, is between your ears. Like, this is where Ayala could definitely help us and educate us a bit more on how to have maybe some good self-talk on what we could do to just keep it between the ears and just keep pushing forward.
Exactly. Well said. And, it's like sometimes there might be that attack going over the hill where, you might be looking at your numbers and be like, ooh, I can't follow that. But if you don't have it, you might be able to go with it. And I feel like you're able to push yourself almost a little bit harder by not, setting these limitations within these set of numbers, and it's always good after the fact to go back and look at your files, but to look at them while you're actually racing. There may be some, exception to that rule, time trials. I think it's good to pace yourself, with your numbers on something like a time trial. But even that, I tend to shy away from that. Even when I was racing, I just went more for feel. So,
and I don't know, I'm sure in your career you saw this too. I had the SRM power meter, and I would see people, that was the power meter to have at the time, that people would tape over either their watch or their heart rate because you didn't want to look down and get dejected. Yeah. But you get in the habit of that, of just looking down and kind of going off of that. But like you said, like racing forward, racing head up, and just team tactics, it has to take precedence over your numbers any day of the week.
Yeah, and even thinking from a psychological perspective, I think by putting, a piece of tape over your SRM or power meter, I think it makes you actually more mindful, right? You're mindful of how you're feeling, how others are looking around you, instead of just being so focused on this number in front of you. And I think there's a lot to be said for racing that type of way.
Brad, you're not allowed to have a power meter unless you already have one.
I do not have one. I don't think that's going to be a problem. I don't even think it can pick up the power that I create. You know what display I look at? The speed on my e-bike. I like to look at how much battery I'm using as I'm going 28 miles an hour. That's the only thing I'm looking at while I'm riding. Yeah, I love mine. Don't forget to 10% off for amateur registration at Tour of the Gila if you're going to be joining us for any of the amateur categories in person this year, April 27th to May 1st. 10% off your registration through next weekend with code GILA 2022. And, of course, we're adding a new amateur women's stage race category for Category 1, 2, and 3 riders. I would love to see all 4 of these riders in this front group show up and race that 1, 2, 3 category. They wouldn't be eligible to race the UCI women's race because you need a UCI license, you need to be on a UCI team, but they would be eligible to race that 1, 2, 3 race. So it'd be really cool to see some of these riders go race these races in real life, in person. Who knows? Maybe they'll be on a UCI team by the time Tour of the Gila rolls around. I wouldn't be surprised to see someone like Shalou or Godby maybe get a shot on one of the UCI squads.
Oh man, they would pick them up in a heartbeat. There's no doubt, and give them a go. We've talked about this in the past. Is could they handle being in the Peloton and what that would be like? But we all had to cut our teeth and learn how to ride in the Peloton. Essentially, yeah, it's definitely doable. But hey, joining in the category races would be just as good, again, going in real life like we've talked about over and over today, of altitude, getting the race in your legs, the experience. It's a great race, and I highly recommend anyone signing up for this.
Chase group still working together. The two Nelsons, Baker and Rokinen. We talked about the custom kits of a lot of riders. They also have the choice of bikes and wheels when they load in, so they can be sponsor correct on their virtual bikes as well. You see Baker from Project Echelon with her Argon 18 bike underneath her. A couple Canyons in here as well. This would be a great use of NFTs in the NFT world, and it's coming. It's going to happen in virtual bike racing. We're going to be buying and selling NFT bikes. They're going to assign NFTs to these bikes, and you'll be able to get like a cool custom paint job, or you can say, I have the virtual bike that Lauren Hall rode when she won the virtual Ghent Wevelgem. You can trade it, buy it, sell it.
Put it up in the bike shop like I did.
Yeah, exactly. We were talking yesterday about how you should never sell your first bike. I always advise people, no matter what it is, you're always going to want it back. It's like your first car. That car was, whatever, when you grow up, you're an adult, you always want that first car back. And so I tell people you're always first bike back. So if you can, try and hold on to the first one you get.
That's
or just make an NFT of it.
Yeah, exactly.
You'll have it forever.
I unfortunately only kept two bikes, the Ghent Wevelgem bike and my last year on United Healthcare. I kept that bike as well. And that's what I'm riding today. Longevity.
Yeah, unfortunately, I never kept my bikes. In the off season, I had the little eBay business on the side that I'd sell all my stuff. So I always ended up selling a lot of my.
That was the life of an American pro during your. That was part of your compensation package.
Oh, exactly. You'd get your little bit of salary, but then you would almost double your salary by selling all your stuff. But then towards the later end of my career, a lot of teams started even having clauses where you had to give back your bikes at the end of the year, and that was a total bummer.
I think we're starting to see that more and more where, they're having to turn the bikes back in at the end of the season.
Well, especially nowadays, right, with some of these bikes, I know, we rode Pinarello for quite a while with Bissell, and those bikes, when you factor in the wheels, and they run, $10,000+ So, and now the prices are even getting even exponentially higher. So, it's understandable why that's the case.
We've seen some pretty incredible machines on RGT as well. Some look into the bikes that the riders are riding.
And sometimes even the wheels themselves can be as worth as much as the bikes.
Yeah, once you factor in all these components and whatnot, it's just unbelievable. Like, and the progression that the componentry has come in 10 years, and the changes that have been made over the years, and now here we are racing virtually online. It's incredible the space that cycling fills.
Yeah, and maybe I'm old school, but all my bikes, I have not yet ridden a bike with electronic shifting, and I know that's been around for quite a few years, but yeah, I have not done that yet. So maybe I'm coming from the Stone Ages. The past summer, though, was my first experience. I was actually in Madison, Wisconsin, and they have this bike share system called B-Cycle. When I was actually in grad school at University of Wisconsin-Madison, I used to ride the B-Cycles around quite a bit, but now they actually have these pedal assist e-bike B-Cycles, and the first time I rode a an e-bike, and I was pleasantly surprised at how nice they were to ride. And I'm sure Brad could extrapolate a little bit more, but I was impressed with the e-bikes.
It's incredible. The technology in both normal bikes and e-bikes continues to improve. The prices are coming down for e-bikes as well. They're really expensive there for a while, and it was out of reach for a lot of people, but they're really, the affordable e-bike market is starting to pick up quite a bit. So I encourage everyone to give it a try. Everyone should at least try out an e-bike, and if you don't want one after that, I can't help you. We're different types of cyclists. They are so much fun, and there's no shame in riding an e-bike either. It's not like you're using it to compete in a race or, win a competition or something. No one cares if you save 100 watts going to the grocery. No one cares if you want to do it at 30 miles an hour on an e-bike.
I agree with both of you guys. Going from, if I had the money and space and time, anything from the beginnings of cycling to an e-bike, and we were talking about supercross. I would love a motorcycle. Anything on two wheels is just fascinating to me. So I just think it's just such an efficient machine, and I think everybody should try cycling at some point in their life.
Yeah, and actually, and to support Brad's e-bike addiction, right? There's actually been quite a handful of studies that have come out and showed that from a exercise perspective, there's not much difference between riding an e-bike and an actual bike. Just the fact that for an e-bike, especially the pedal assist kind, you actually just ride at a faster speed. So you ride a little bit faster, but for the time you're riding, the energy expent or burned is actually similar between the two types of bikes. So I think that's kind of neat to learn as well. And it's just, you get to go a little faster, and it seems a little easier when in fact it actually isn't, because you pedal about as much as you would on a normal bike.
Yeah, you still have to do work. You still have to turn the pedals over. It's just a little easier. It's like being super on the bike. Back with the Chase group in 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th position. The other crazy technology that we're seeing now is the trainers. We saw that Ceres board while we were in the break. It kind of rocks and rolls beneath you. But they also have these whole environments now where as the elevation changes and even as the wind changes, they have smart fans now that will blow more air on you as you're going faster, less air as you're going slower. Then they also have this thing where you put your front fork into it, and as the elevation goes up, your handlebars rise up with you. So they're getting more and more realistic with the trainer setups every day. Just waiting until we see our first VR headset application. I'm sure that's coming, where we'll be wearing the Oculus headsets racing our bikes around.
Hey, well, then you can look at your teammates and
exactly.
Like, hey, pull through. It's interesting watching this race, and kind of, it's just not status quo, but everybody's working together essentially. And you remember yesterday, Godby mentioned that today was 15 miles longer or 13 miles longer, and I think everybody has it in the back of their mind this morning, or whatever time, wherever anybody is, and just trying to stay with the group as much as possible, knowing that there is that much extra time on the trainer in this race today.
A little bit of separation back here for Emma O'Toole. About a kilometer up to the Nelson Baker group and 800 meters back to Olay and Larson. So Emma O'Toole in a tough spot. Looks like she's out in the shed.
Yeah, when you're sitting around the campfire and you hold the flashlight underneath your chin. I think that's why it's such an intimidating video from her, is that from where the lighting is. It's she's about to tell us Scary story.
She needs like a Jason hockey mask hanging up in the the back corner of her shed.
Makes you ride faster, right? You're like, I want to get out of here. This place is scary.
You can't intimidate your competition in the Zoom room too much. But it seems she's calmed down a bit, at the beginning of the race, and I think she was trying to catch on to, I can't remember who was in front of her, but, she was really giving her, and so it seems like either that had happened or, she's finally settled into just her spot and just to get through this race.
Front group, about 39K to go, doing about 39K an hour. Still some ups and downs to deal with, though. They're on the backside of that long grind up to the top. Then one more little bump before the toughest section of the big section. Cool to see some names painted on the road here. The game will add the names of all the riders competing in any given virtual race and then paint those across the road. I think that's one of the cool parts about RGT, seeing your name on the road. A lot of times they'll do it on the climb. It's like the chalk that they do at the tour. You'll notice that the names written are the names of the competitors in any given race that you're watching.
It's usually a little extra motivation too, and someone took the time, to go out there and paint your name. It's always nice to see. Going back to the e-bike conversation, guys, I remember when they first kind of came on the scene, I had a couple of teammates, their spouses would kind of key up the e-bike. I don't know how you do it, but they would make it a little bit faster and more of a throttle to it, and they would use it as motor pacing. Megan Garnier used it before the Olympics, I do believe.
Oh, that's a great idea, because it's definitely a more realistic feel than, behind a scooter, or I used to even do it behind a car, quite a bit, whereas like you're actually getting a true pacing experience.
You see Mobs kind of sitting up there, kind of shaking out her hands. You get pretty stiff just sitting on the trainer this much. You got to mix it up and move around a bit, because in real life, you do stand up, you coast, you're in your pockets, or you're talking to somebody. So to kind of sit up and just take a break for a minute, again, they're not going full out race pace right now. Take advantage of this time now.
We talked about that a little bit on the time trial, Garrett. If you have any issue with your fit or the bike, being on a trainer like this is really going to exacerbate it. So it's a good chance to work out any, kinks that you might have with a new bike or a new setup as we get into the new year. If maybe the sponsorship changed, you had to switch to a new frame, a new setup, still trying to get that bike dialed in. This is a good way to do it. Everybody out of the saddle at the same time here. They all jumped up at once, responding to this little uphill section.
Yeah, and at least for me, my experience riding on the trainer was it was just kind of painful, right? Everything kind of hurt. You go outside, as Lauren was saying, you're standing up, you're sitting down, you're coasting a little bit, whereas on the trainer, it's just, you're constantly having to put out power. You're sitting down a lot, things get sore, and it just, at times isn't that most pleasant of an experience. And I always gave people a lot of credit who could spend hour after hour on the trainer. It definitely takes a mindset to do that.
All right, so watching these four on the front, we will keep an eye on this break as they continue to build time into the group. Jackie Godby riding on the front as we go for halfway here at the virtual. We're going to take a quick break here. Our elite women's race. We'll have more live racing when we come back. Welcome back, Pro Women in the Echelon Racing League, looking at the front group of four riders riding together here, although it looks like Ayala might be having to redouble her efforts to get back up into the group. They have just gone over the big climb, or the big climb at the end of this descent. The biggest climb of the day still waiting, and it looks like there is a gap forming back to Ayala here. She's got about 100 meters to make up, so I think it was that just little bit of elevation change right there that spit Ayala out the back of the group. Now she has a long road in front of her to, one, either try and close down this gap, or two, just ride solo. It's a tough place to be, again, once you lose that draft. So Ayala trying to come back from a 100-meter deficit to get back up to this front group of three.
Yep. Brad, when earlier, just when they were kind of in the middle of that descent, I guess we'd call it, I did see that she kind of got a little gapped off, but she caught back on. So I was just wondering if she's been on the ropes for a bit now, and it just took one little kicker to kind of really knock her out the back. But again, she's been in this spot many times, so she kind of knows what to do now.
I think she's going to do it here. Ayala about to close down what was a 100-meter, down to 40 now, 30. She's going to get back in it. There's some of the names on the road we were talking about earlier.
Just so close. Just that little
you can see
kicker
how
right there.
She's got to go into the orange zone just to get there, but this is the hardest part. It's the last 15 meters that it takes to try and shut it down.
Just make contact.
Looks like she's going to use the opportunity to grab a little food too, grab some calories, celebrate making it across maybe. Beautiful riding from Erin Ayala. This is one of my favorite riders in the Echelon Racing League. I've loved watching Erin race.
Yeah, she has a lot of tenacity, doesn't she? I mean, and resilience. She's been finishing third over and over these last couple of weekends, and now like staying longer with that front group and really making a name for herself up here at the front.
Ayala back up into the draft here. It's nice to get that little bit of rest, little change. You're fighting your way back up. It's a little reward, right? You get a shave an extra 40 or 50 watt off whatever the watt saving is. Kind of relax a little bit.
It is nice to get back in the group, especially knowing that the last half of this race is so intimidating, I would say, and aggressive. So yeah, it's good for Ayala and good for her morale to be back with this group.
We see a lot of these riders racing back to back in our community league and then coming over to the pro league as well, just to kind of get a look at the course. I know Jackie Godby is almost always there in our community league that's held the week before. Next race in the Echelon Racing League is Tulsa Tough. This is a crowd favorite race, and we're really excited that they're joining us in the Echelon Racing League this year. We're also going to have the Intelligentsia Cup right after that.
I'd say Tulsa Tough is also a race favorite. I love that race. I think I only did it once, but Crybaby Hill it was always a blast and saved the best for last. I really enjoyed that entire race weekend.
Probably one of the biggest parties in pro cycling out there, at least in the United States. We have been talking with both of your agents, Lauren and Garrett, trying to get you guys into the community league, but we just don't have the funds to do it this year. The going rate to get you two is pretty high. We blew it all on the commentator budget, so we don't have anything left for start money in the community league.
That's too bad, because it sure is fun.
I know. Looking back though, Joe Martin was always one of my favorite races. I thought that was a good race as well, aside from Tour of the Gila, etc. But that was another good one that's coming up on the Echelon Racing League calendar.
Yeah, they got some big things planned. Go ahead, Lauren.
Yeah, I was just going to say that you had like the fun factor races, and then you had like Tour of the Gila. It's like, this is going to make me a better cyclist and better racer, in the big scheme of things. But the mindset kind of changed a bit. I mean, yeah, when you go to Tulsa Tough, for example, like the first couple of days, it's, all about racing. And then that last day, there's still the weight of racing is still extremely important because yes, you are a professional and you have a job to do, but the fun factor just kind of rises up to equal that level. But yeah, it's like Tour of the Gila is your like, this is racing, this is my job, this is what I'm going to do, and this is going to make me better. And then you have like something like Tulsa Tough that's like, yeah, this is racing, but this is a heck of a good reason why I race my bike.
Yeah, it sort of seems like that too, right? Like the racing season would always start in the West, and it would kind of move to the East. And whereas, maybe it was the start of the year too, the toughness of the courses, but when you're doing Redlands and Gila, they're just really hard, tough races. And then not that they're any less hard as you move to the East, but like you're saying, it's almost like a different type of feel when you start doing some of those races as you move, from the West to the East Coast to do the races.
I think, like you're saying, Garrett, is like the first couple of races, there's so much anxiety and so much pressure to perform. You've done team camp, you've had your off season, you have your goals for the year, the team has their goals for the year, and then you get a couple of stage races out of the way, and it kind of, you see where everybody is as far as like their fitness and who's doing really well and maybe who needs a little bit of work. And yeah, that same thing going over to Europe. It was like the spring block of the spring classics was so pressure cooker filled because everybody wanted to make their marks super early in the season, check their box, make their automatic spot to Worlds, and then and then it just kind of the load lightens up a little bit. The racing is still extremely hard, but that run into the summertime just kind of lightens up ever so slightly.
Yeah, and that makes sense. I think a lot of it probably is just like the general pressure, right, of getting the result, performing, and sort of knowing where you are, your team stands, and that sort of thing.
Because I said at team
Chalou.
camp that I'm going to win this race.
If you call it, you got to follow it up.
Yep.
All right, well, all the power numbers just went red, and that's because they have just hit the bottom of the big climb of the day. You see the elevation profile across the bottom of the screen. They've just gotten onto the red section right now. So this is where the climbing really starts. You can see Rhea Mobbs suffering her way up this hill, but this is really Julia Chalou's chance to shine. This is where Chalou is going to win and lose this race because this is the hardest climb of the day.
Oh, no.
Yeah, and this is a technical issue for Mobbs. You can see getting frustrated as she's losing power here.
Oh, that's a shame. Oh, my gosh. Man, to know that, gosh, that's just bad luck.
And happening on the worst part of the climb, too. Oh, that hurts.
And it seems like these technical difficulties, when they happen, they tend to happen in bunches. They don't just happen once. They happen 2-3 times.
If she can get back in and reestablish the connection, she might be able to work with Ayala here if they can get up there.
Look at that effort.
You can see it's kind of dropping in and out. I mean, she's going as hard as she can so that when it does register power, it at least gets her up there as quickly as it can. But it's so tough to restart on the climb as well. I mean, it's like taking a wheel change and then having to get restarted on the climb. There's no mechanic to push you. Oh, you hate to see this for Mobbs. I guess very similar to having a mechanical in real life. You got to stay calm, try and keep your mind in it. Don't get too frustrated.
And Chalou's making separation from Godby, too, at the front. You kind of wonder if there would be some sort of agreement of checking up and waiting for Mobbs because she had such a good race yesterday. You kind of want to give her a fair chance, but Chalou says, hey, we're racing up the road.
Yeah, the problem is Chalou has to attack Godby here because this is Chalou's chance on the uphill. That's where Chalou can beat Jackie Godby, and that's really the only place that she's been able to do it is on a steep uphill climb. And so there's only like 10 meters or 10 kilometers on this course that Julia Chalou can attack on Jackie Godby. And unfortunately for Rhea Mobbs, it's this 10K right here. So Chalou on the attack on the way up the hill here.
I mean, Mobbs' next goal should try and be to connect with Godby, hopefully by the top of these rollers and see if she can just sit on Godby and recover anything that she can running into the finish. I don't know if she can do it, but if anybody can, it would be Mobbs. So I'm holding my breath for her because I really want her to get back up to Godby at least.
Same.
Just from a mental standpoint, that is so difficult to come back from, especially at the crux of the race when you start going really hard to have that happen and having to start over. And then what did happen? 2-3 times?
Yeah.
So, yeah, ideally, hopefully she can catch on to Godby and then see what happens once you get over the top of this climb. But Chalou is really moving and putting the hammer down.
Julia Chalou played this one
perfectly.
perfectly.
Separation in.
Yeah. And Godby's doing the same thing. Godby is staying calm as well. She knows exactly what Julia Shalou is doing. I mean, it's not a surprise to Godby that Shalou would attack on the big climb, but Godby just trying to stay within her zone, stay within her limit. She knows she's still got a lot of racing to go here, so not quite panicking. But this was to be expected, especially after what happened yesterday. That was confirmation for Julia Shalou. Like, okay, I'm better on the climbs. I can beat Jackie Godby on a hill here. And so she's using the steepest part of the course here to her advantage. You just see Shalou going out of sight. The upper right-hand corner camera here as Godby working her way around the switchback. About 75 meters up to Julia.
No way.
Look at this. Behind Godby, here comes Rhea Mobbs back up into it. Brilliant recovery. Yeah.
This is good. Kind of like what we saw with Todd Key, when he dropped out. I mean, and then all of a sudden he's off the front.
Mobbs was not happy when the power dropped out, that's for sure. I mean, you could see the physical reaction when she realized that connection was dropping. So she's putting some anger watts into the pedals right now.
No.
Although now, losing it again, it looked like the power did briefly drop back down to 0, so she may still be plagued by whatever that issue is.
Man, she is just having a ton of bad luck right now, isn't she?
Well, to still be here after, the luck that she's had, a lot of riders would already be disassembling the training setup, firing up their eBay to sell the trainer after a setup like this.
Yes.
Yeah, I'd be on the phone with Comcast.
Even the support crew's not sure what to do.
I don't know what to do.
Stay out of her way is all I gotta say when she's plugged back in. Yeah.
She can still see Godby. Mobbs into the red zone here. Still has Godby in sight. I love the fight in this rider here today.
And to see it, we didn't get to see this yesterday, and she wasn't in Zoom yesterday, and just to see that effort is that's a telltale sign, because we're never sure, right? Because we've talked about the avatar, but you can't see the person. So now to see the person is just amazing effort right now.
Still 50 meters back to Godby, the hardest 50 meters of Rhea Mobbs' career. She's going to take a gel here, try to get her across. Having support is huge. I can't imagine trying to eat a gel right now, or just thinking about trying to reach for it when you're this deep in the box. Having someone there to hand it to you is a big advantage.
Everything right now hurts. I mean, to your fingertips and your toenails. Like, it's just any of those slight movements. Like, we saw somebody basically, like, even pushing the gel up for Godby yesterday. That every bit of that makes a difference. And it's so hard to do when you're in the red zone. Like, Mobbs is just, she's in it. She's been in it. She's been in it since she's dropped out twice. It's every effort, every little detail matters. I'm anxiously chewing on a pin top over here watching this.
Well, yeah, this might be the best story of the day. Mobbs fighting back from the mechanical to get up there. And we were really cheering for Mobs because it was a new rider. First it was Julia Scalu because it was like finally someone can beat Jackie Godby. And then Mobs comes into the mix and it's like, well, now we got three people that, well, two people and Jackie Godby in that front group. So yeah, Mobs obviously a lot of natural talent and it's hard not what if with Nichols and things like that. But I guess that's bike racing.
She should keep this clip and send it to the British national team. It is funny, Brad, that a couple of the riders, men and women, have already alluded to just what our producer said is the World Championships coming up. So, you know, everybody's kind of keying up and getting fit and figuring out the game in preparation for Worlds, just like in real life. So Mobs is no different.
She's losing a little time here to Godby. Remember that gap was at like 40 to 50 meters. It's hovering up around 80 or 90 right. Mobs hanging in there.
And, you know, Godby can't wait. Unfortunately, that's the problem for Mobs is she is so close, but Shalou is putting distance in between Godby, and so it's just like these 1, 2, and 3, like it's just racing forwards because there's no way you can hesitate now.
Godby's doing a pretty good job of just trying to limit her losses on the steep section of the climb, and we'll see if she can catch back on here on the more flatter to descending sections.
Well, no matter how things go here in the Echelon race, these riders are going to have a rematch in the World Championships here. Both these riders selected to their respective Esports World Championship teams. Jackie Godby will be representing the United States. Julia Shalou will be representing Germany. So they'll have a rematch a little later this season. World's coming up February 26th for the Esports World Championships. But not much climbing on the UCI Esports Worlds course. There's only about 1,000 meters of elevation gain over the 55K course. So maybe not so great for Shalou. That would be a great course for Godby, though.
Agreed. And kind of like that sweet spot distance, too. Today we're going a little long, and yesterday was a pretty significant race, too, compared to our criterium. So having that sweet spot of 50 plus K, it's set up for Godby.
Yeah, initially at this climb, there was that, big sort of gap that opened up by Shalou, but now, like I'm saying, it's staying around this 150, 160 meter mark, and we're getting to the point of the climb where it's going to start to level off here in a little bit.
And Garrett, to your point, in the past, what we've seen is essentially that's not near enough distance for Shalou to take it to the line, but again, it rolls across the top, so it's not just a straight back downhill to Godby's advantage. So it could continue, as long as Shalou can to stay on the gas, essentially she's going to keep Godby under pressure, but I'm not so sure that that's enough distance that Godby can't claw back to her.
It's probably the biggest gap that Jackie Godby's ever had to overcome in the Echelon Racing League. At 25, coming up on 300 meters back. But as Jackie said yesterday, she's more than happy to welcome new talent to the league and new talent to the sport. just under 24K to go. About to hit the top of this big climbing section. They're through the steepest part. A relative term. You see Shalou is back up onto the less than 2% gradients. Godby was just finishing that up. So things will flatten out a little bit. See if Godby tries to get her way back up onto the downhill. Remember, Godby needs to win this one by a pretty comfortable gap if she wants to take the GC lead here on the final day. She heads into this one with an 8-second deficit over Julia Shalou in the overall. So Shalou at 2:07.12 total, Jackie Godby at 2:07.20. So if Godby wants to win the overall, she not only needs to beat Julia Shalou today, she needs to do it by what is really 9 seconds. 8 seconds would tie them. And the tiebreaker is the most recent win. And so assuming Jackie Godby was the winner, the tiebreaker to her. But I don't think the chances of them riding it exactly 8 seconds in are low. Godby doesn't just need to win. She needs to dominate on the way up to the finish.
And we've seen her have a good sprint finish, too. So, yeah. That's not a whole lot of time that Godby has to get on top over Shalou at all. I see it happening.
And what Shalou's really trying to do here is build that time in right now, because she's not going to get it at the finish. It's not going to come at the end. So she's to try and build that gap in, and I guess try and hold it for 22K, which is a big ask to try to hold off Jackie Godby on this rolling terrain with no pure between now and the finish for Julia. So I think what she's just trying to do is pad her lead as much as she can, build up the biggest gap possible so that when you start to get onto these rollers, maybe you can hold off Jackie Godby.
Yeah, and what we saw in the men's race is essentially that Kevin Bouchard-Hall had a teammate to assist him in getting over these rollers, and even just the moral support and knowing that that teammate is there, not necessarily even the drafting capabilities, which we did see some of that, but you know, just one-on-one right now, that's a big ask for Godby and for Shalou to continue that lead, and for Godby to make it up. I mean, she's got to do a bigger watts per kilo just to get back to Shalou.
You know, Shalou's putting Godby under a little bit of pressure, and they'll probably come back together somewhere before the base of this little climb, before the finish. And I don't think the climb really suits Shalou that much, but I don't think it, you know, is necessarily the greatest for Godby. And so I think it might be a pretty good finish that we're setting ourselves up for here.
Another big story for today is Ayala is going to move up in the rankings as long as she can stay where she is. We haven't seen Isler. I don't know that she started today. So, you know, maybe there's a story behind that, or if I missed her down in the race somewhere. But, yeah, Isler, you know, nowhere in the top 10 right now.
A look at your GC situation here. We're also on that Esports World Championship team. She'll be representing the United States alongside Jackie Godby. We have a few World Championship names on our roster here in the Echelon Racing League. Men's side, Zach Nair, Jaden Yeager, Brian Hodges, and Kevin Bouchard-Hall. All part of the U.S. World Championship team. Almost pedal stroke for pedal stroke here between these two. They're almost matching their cadence perfectly.
Yeah.
Both climbing out of the saddle. We talked about how Jackie Godby spends a lot of time in the saddle, doesn't stand up a lot. We also haven't seen her do a lot of these longer format races. I mean, a lot of times we're watching an hour-long criterium for Jackie Godby. You know, the factor doesn't really come into play. So maybe the longer stage of racing today, certainly the longest that they're going to have all season here in the ERL. So
I think Jackie's probably just the most vocal on the extended race today, where she's probably just vocalizing what everybody else is thinking as well. I mean, we saw everybody basically come to the base of the climb together before everything split up, and I just think that's the nervous anticipation of knowing that this is going to be a longer day in the saddle.
And what I'm noticing compared to yesterday with Godby, and maybe the length of the stage, the fact that it's his third day, but her cadence doesn't seem to be quite as high as it was on a stage like yesterday. So might be a little fatigue involved with that.
Gap holding steady at about 100 meters. It's probably all Jackie Godby can ask for. I think she's still in a good spot. I don't think Jackie Godby's panicking right now. I think she's probably pretty comfortable with the situation here. 20K to go. She's 100 meters to make up. She should be able to do that over the next 20K, especially with really just one more round of climbing yet to come.
I don't think we've ever seen her panic.
Although we always talk about Godby's exceptional preparation coming into the races, so a lot of times she doesn't have much to panic about because she's gone through all the preparation to make sure that the little things don't affect the race.
And one thing I like about her is she's just a competitor, right? And she's confident in her abilities, so she doesn't get rattled when she gets gapped going up this climb. She knows that there's a chance where she can most likely get back on, and she just is steady and has a lot of confidence.
Down under 70 meters now. Godby's got her in sight just up the course. I'm noticing on Godby's screen she does use the third-person view. I can just see past the Camelback bottle that she's using the view that kind of hovers directly above her avatar. So she can definitely see Shalou up the road on her screen. She'll be able to see that little avatar.
Just 50 or 60 meters behind her now. Yeah, I think we kind of called that too, didn't we? That she was probably going to claw her way back to Shalou. That just wasn't enough of a distance to keep Godby away. But it'll be interesting to see if Shalou hits this second climb again.
There we go. CSIN.
The things that Brad Soner sees.
Yeah, our crew does a great job behind the scenes picking that stuff up as well. Yep. Not demand. It was a gentle ask.
Oh, you're right. You're okay.
Got to give a shout out to our director, Mark Zalewski, behind the scenes, and Damon Bates of ZMS Livestream providing all of our game cameras. You may see those ZMS cams in the game, but the squad behind the scenes helping you bring the race action of the ERL today. Thanks so much, guys.
We're very lucky to have them.
Godby's about to get there, down to 50 meters. It's amazing how Godby closes this gap. Riders would look at this and say, all right, meters, I'm going to go red right now and just close it down. Like, just shut it over with to, finish this gap. But Godby really changed it. She just slowly wreck.
And now I feel like the stage is playing a little bit more into Godby's hands with her catching Shalou before, we even get to the top of this main climb. So Shalou might have to work a little bit on the descent, and then there's just the semi, uphill gradient going into the finish. So I think Godby is going to be tough to beat on this stage.
And here it is. Godby finally goes into the red zone to shut it down, but she will regain contact with Julia Shalhoub here. Now you have to think Godby sits in. I know Lauren loves it when the riders attack through a rider that they caught, but
No. That's smart racing. Only when it's advantageous to. I think that they should just go right through them. But you're right, Brad. You called that like she should just totally sit in now and recover and just stay with Shalhoub as long as she can. And like I said, I think this is almost where now Shalhoub is like, what else can I throw at Godby to get away? Like that was her spot. That was her shot. Maybe she can go again on this climb, but like we saw in the men's race, like I don't know if that finish is enough of a hill to make a difference for Shalhoub.
Yeah, the problem for Shalhoub is the downhill run before the climb, because Godby will be able to bring it back there. Even if Shalhoub open on this next red section of climbing, she can open up 15 seconds, but Godby's going to bring it back on that downhill section before that last little kick up. So it's pretty much played the cards that she had to play today. And now she'll have maybe one more shot to get some separation on the climb. Rhea Mobbs hanging in there. She is about a kilometer back, remember, after fighting through some technicals, mechanicals earlier today. Looks like the connection is back, but she has lost connection with the two leaders. Heartbreaking for Mobbs, because she was on a great run up there at the front today.
Agreed, Brad. Yeah, she was just riding so strong, and even those couple of efforts of coming back, heck, we thought she was going to make contact with Godby there for a second before it dropped out again. So, this will still be a stellar ride if she rides this in for third.
It's tough mentally as well to get that motivation when you don't have that carrot dangling in front of you. You don't have those other riders that you're riding with to try to match their pace. There's just a psychological carrot to having something to chase, right? Having something in front of you that you're hunting, I guess.
Exactly. That's exactly what it is. Just having something to just give you that motivation. Looks like Erin's already got her recovery ready over there.
Back to Nelson in fifth position here. At about a kilometer and a half back to Ayala, so I don't think Ayala needs to worry about Nelson or Baker coming up behind her. Nelson is now stuck alone. Remember, she was riding with O'Toole, Baker, and Moira Nelson, but now Baker is separated.
That group is completely falling apart too, huh?
Yeah, this was a group of, what was it, 1.5 riders. Then they lost O'Toole, and so then it was Nelson, Baker, and Nelson, and now they've gone ones and twos. In fact, I don't think there's any groups left behind these riders. I'm looking at the gaps from 7 to 8, 8 to 9, 9 to 10, and then 10 to 11. So I think they're all solos, as that group has fallen apart up that big climb of the day today. We saw Lay and Rokkanen riding together as well in the 9-10 positions. It looks like they've separated about a half K between Lay and Rokkanen. The O'Toole looking at her screen up to the left. She's got one of the more unique setups. Doesn't have that screen right in front of her.
If I was going to say anything, I was going to say that's like a track look because you're looking all the way across the track, the velodrome usually. So maybe she's practicing.
There you go.
Can always be working on something.
It's actually a tough skill to do, to be able to look over your shoulder and hold your line. It's not an easy thing. Kate Oulet from Team Lou in 9th position here.
So what I'm hearing is that I'm driving the tandem.
That's probably for the best, I would think. You don't want me driving anything. Raise your hand if you've won a stage at Tour of the Gila. I think that whoever has a stage win should have to pilot the bike. I'm like one of the athletes they bring in for the sponsors, you know? It's not really about the competition, it's about... Speaking of Chicago cycling, we've been talking about Triple X Racing a lot, the team of Jackie Godby. When we were there for Cyclocross Nationals earlier, I got to hang out with Kenny LeBay, who was a member of that U.S. Postal team back in the day, who was also a working postman. He was a letter carrier back in the day, and so they brought him on the team. They wanted to have a real U.S. Postal letter carrier on the U.S. Postal cycling team, and so they plucked Kenny out of Chicago and put him on the team with some of our more famous American names, but I always thought that was the U.S. Postal employee on the U.S. Postal cycling team. Gabi let a little gap open up there, but brought it back here. Notice she does it on the downhill section, a negative 3% slope on the way down. Godby doesn't waste a single watt. Like, if she knows there's a little section coming up, she'll wait to make the catch, to do it on the downhill. She'll say, like, there's no reason for me to catch on the uphill here. She will wait until it's the most efficient time to close down that gap.
And if I was Shalal, I would use every one of these uphills to just kind of put a digger in on Godby and just try and soften her up as much as possible. It's not an easy ask.
And I could be incorrect, but I thought I remembered last year Godby put in an attack or two coming off this descent section, which will be interesting to see if she actually does today to make Shalou work a little bit, and because she has the advantage on these downhill parts.
Yeah, good call. It was she made her move like pretty much right here. Coming up on 14K to go to the line. I think it was a little later, maybe on like 12K to go. That blue downhill section that you see right there that they're about to come up on, that would be a good place for Godby to go. As Garrett said, she has the advantage on the downhill. Shalou has the advantage on the uphill, but I don't know if he attacks here. I mean, I think Godby can be pretty confident in being able to beat Julia Shalou to the line on this final drag up. I don't think it's steep enough that Godby would be worried about Shalou. Maybe. Give time, it stings. That hurt first time you get beat.
I don't know that she's ever really worried about her. She's excited about her. she's glad she's up there.
That's a good way to put it. Yeah.
Okay.
We talk about the style of racing, too. Julia Shalou is not a stranger to winning virtual races. She is the #1 ranked Zwift rider over on the Zwift platform. But Godby, I think, is just a much better gamer on the RGT platform. She's just got a better grasp of how to most efficiently use her wattage in this game. So it's not like Shalou is a stranger to the podium. She's got plenty of wins under her belt, but it's just this pesky Godby character fly in the ointment for Julia Shalou here on RGT.
Both of them have talked about that, haven't they, Brad? Godby being good at gaming on RGT versus Shalou on Zwift. So one coming over to the other platform throws you off just enough to make it that much harder for yourself and to try and have that learning curve to pull out a win.
So what are predictions for the end of today's stage?
I'll go first. I think Jackie Godby just rides away. I think she can ride Shalal off her wheel, but not until the last 200 meters. I think they come to the line together, and Godby is able to out sprint Shalou on the way in. Lauren?
Yeah, Brad, I agree with you. I just think that climb was too early in the course, unfortunately. But we did just see Shalou take another pull off of the big Coke bottle. So almost 10K to go. So Garrett?
Yeah, it's hard to go against Godby, but I'm going to go for the underdog. Someone has to support Shalou, so I'm going to go with her. I liked how she's animated the race today, and I'm going to be pulling for her at the finish.
The momentum play. Coming off a win yesterday.
Right, once you get a taste of victory, you realize how sweet it is, and you just want to, keep tasting it again.
And it'll be interesting to see if Godby can make up those 9 seconds to take back the GC win too. So, just because she wins doesn't mean she'll win overall GC. She's got more than that work to do to make up that time bonus.
That's a good point. I mean, Shalou may not even care about winning the stage today. Sometimes you get to the last stage and it's like, I'm just here for the GC. I think Julia does want to win the stage as well, but I think an win at Tour of the Gila would be enough for Julia Shalou, let's say. If nothing else, just for the cool trophy.
And I almost feel like the time gap is, so small. What do we say? It was 9 seconds that Shalou almost has to, act like, even if she's not, just like she's going for the win, because it's pretty easy to lose those 9 seconds there right at the finish if you're not giving everything you got.
Shalou even drafting Godby are saving 150 watts, sitting in second position. We expected Godby to lead the way on the way down. Shalou just saving her energy right now before the road kicks up.
And this is where Shalou would have to master this game, and it would be to her benefit so much to get every drafting watt that she can from Godby to take advantage of that going into the uphill and hitting her with that last couple of K.
I would love to see Julia Shalou in real life, see how her virtual power stacks up in these real-life courses. We'll have to team over to Silver City this year. I don't think there's any direct flights from Hessen, Germany to Silver City, New Mexico.
There's no direct flights anywhere from wherever to Silver City, New Mexico. That's the beauty. It's kind of hard to get to.
Yeah, there's a nice little airline. I think it's called Advanced Air that flies from here to Albuquerque, Phoenix, and LA, I believe. And so it's kind of nice that you can use that. They're small planes, like 4-6-seater planes, and it almost feels like you're flying in your own private jet when you take those flights. So, yeah. and like you can have all the snacks you want in their little fridges.
That sounds awesome. Sounds like I'm taking a connection through LAX to fly in. I'm sure you could get some psychological advantage to pretending like you're flying in on a private jet, you know, freak the other competitors out, make them think.
I've only heard of teammates flying on that flight, unfortunately, due to injury. But I do know this flight. Not from personal experience.
Yeah.
But yeah, otherwise, I think most people, you can fly into El Paso or Tucson. Those are the primary ones, and those are all about 3 hours or so away from here in Silver.
Under 7.5K to go up at the front. But we're really waiting for those white dots at the bottom of the screen to get to a little blue section of the ascent and then the way up. A little further back, Mob's at 1.2K back, Isle at 6K back, and then Nelson at 7.7K back. So it looks like those gaps holding steady back there.
It would have been so easy for Mobs to just totally pull the pin today after those technical difficulties.
Totally.
So that's just resiliency on her part to just keep going and only be a kilometer and some change back. That's toughness.
Shalou, Godby into the red zone here. Both going red on their power profiles. Because they're coming up to this little kicker, just a very short 5% gradient. And Shalou hit it on that just little riser. She did open up a little gap to Jackie Godby, you saw there.
Again, just trying to do anything she can to soften up Godby and take advantage of her uphill power that she's got over Godby.
It's amazing how much the course profile affects the racing here on RGT. I mean, we really are seeing like Shalou needs a very specific kind of climb at the end of the race to win. It needs to be long enough and steep enough that she can get rid of Jackie Godby. So it's kind of cool how these real life courses are affecting the racing so much.
It's kind of what you would see at the end of Tour of the Gila, wouldn't it? You'd see the climbers go at the base of the climb and get a good separation, and then you'd see some more and more of a power rider that can still climb pretty well and just claw their way back to those riders, because it then roll, and then before you take that right-hand turn to the finish line, and you'd see another separation. So this is, like you said, Brad, this is just that real-life simulation playing out right here in RGT.
And then what tends to make this harder and you know, the real race is that all these sections, all these attacks, these chasing on, they're occurring at 7,000 feet or above. So your recovery is a little slower. It just makes it a little bit, just that much harder when you're trying to you know, chase back on or hold a gap when you're dealing with that little bit of altitude.
Where does altitude really start setting in? I mean, like, how high above sea level do you have to go, Garrett, before it starts, like, for a sea level person like me, let's say coming from Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, do you feel it at 3,000 feet, 4,000 feet? Like, where does it really start to affect the riding?
I say some people might start to notice it around, you know, 4,000 to 5,000 feet is where you start to notice that. But then, you know, once you start getting 6,000 to 7,000 feet, there's, you know, it's a drastically greater detriment in performance. So, but all along the way, as you go up in elevation from sea level, all the way as you higher get up, performance declines just a little bit, but it's around that 4,000 to 5,000 foot mark where you start noticing it in your own performance, or you can actually feel it.
I remember going out the first time to announce in Colorado, and back when we had the USA Pro Challenge, I got into Denver, and it was like, 5,200 feet. This isn't so bad. I'm doing just fine. And then we went up past like Independence Pass. We go up to 8, 9, 10,000 feet, and all of a sudden my announcing gets shorter and shorter. I found myself out of breath towards the end of sentences that I could do in Denver, no problem, but there were runs that I wasn't able to do up in the higher elevation cities of Colorado. So I know I felt it as an announcer, but I can only imagine what it's like putting in the effort that these riders do. But yeah, even the elevation is enough to make an impact on your recovery.
That's an interesting perspective coming from the announcer's perspective. I never knew that.
Yeah. Yeah, you got to get those deep breaths, try and get all the oxygen you can into your lungs. But yeah, I found myself running out of air before the end of sentences that I should have been able to deliver. Got to train up. You got to do some. I got to get one of those altitude tents.
So does that mean you're long-winded, Brad?
Some would say that. Some.
Zing! No, not Brad. I think Brad's. Yeah, no way.
No, just giving you a hard time.
We only work with the best, Garrett.
Well, as we come up on hour 5 of our broadcast, I guess I'll let you guys take over from here. I'll take a break here since you're so tired of me. And we'll turn it over to Garrett and Lauren to take us through the finish of this one. No, I got to watch this finish because this last 3.4K going to be a good one. Small gap opening up here for Julia Scalu up on the front. You see she's using this climb to her advantage. This last uphill section, Scalu is opening up a little bit of time, but again, Godby just doesn't panic. She's just kind of waiting in the shadows, lets 15 meters open up, and no problem. You see Godby doesn't go into the red zone to close it down because she thinks that sustained power will be enough to get her up there.
I'm surprised that Godby allowed a gap to open up. She's closing it down quickly,
yeah.
But yeah, we'll see.
I'm always surprised how slow close, but I think it's the right thing to do. She knows how to play this game much better than I do, but my instinct would always be get into the draft as soon as possible, right? Go through that red zone for just a couple seconds and then get into the draft, but Godby would much rather do sort of a long, protracted effort in the yellow or orange zone before she closes down the gap. Shut it down here. They're back together. And Scalu rapidly running out of real estate to make her move here.
But you got to wonder if that's not a telltale sign that Scalu could take this to the line of every little riser, every little kicker. She's separating from Godby.
Little gap opening again. Interesting, they're out of the saddle on the descent here. They're starting to feel the fatigue.
Yeah.
This is definitely Godby's race to lose right now. I think she's in the driver's seat in this situation. She's shown that her finishing kick is just a little better than Scalu's, but we've never seen it on this specific climb to the finish between
and
these
we're
two.
Seeing Scalu just get smarter and smarter every race for RGT. So, you know, again, maybe this is her day and her race to finally get that break over Godby.
up on 72 kilometers of racing completed. They've just gone under 2K to go. A little over 1,100 meters of elevation picked up today. Plenty of riding, plenty of climbing. But that's a lot of climbing over 72K. Picking up, what, 3,600 feet elevation gain, something like that. I'm not great with the time zones, but I have become very good with the miles to kilometer translation, because in America, so many times, the crowd wants to know in miles, but a lot of times we're getting the TV graphics in kilometers. And so I've gotten very good at doing that conversion. Godby into the orange zone to close this gap. Chelou did it again. She dropped another attack, got another gap. But Godby's just too good at shutting it down. There's the Flamme Rouge up ahead, showing 1K to go on a very slight 4% gradient. So here we go. Be a good old-fashioned 1,000-meter drag race up this last climb to the line. Chelou has one last steep section here. You see on the profile, the very bottom right of your screen. If she times it just right, Chelou might be able to open the gap that she needs on that little red section of climbing. It's at about 400 meters to go. God
Agreed.
knows
Agreed,
full
Brad.
well what Chelou
Yeah.
can do.
Yeah, I was just going to say, like what we saw in the men's races, like Jaeger just kept coming back until that last little kicker, and then that was all she wrote for him. So, Godby's probably going to stick, and then, Chelou's going to pray like heck that that last 400 meters is her time.
Here goes Chelou on the attack, hitting it on the uphill section. It's only a 3% gradient, but it's enough to give her some separation to Jackie Godby. Down to 700 meters now. Chelou still holding on to just a couple bike length gap. It's exactly what she needed to do. She's playing it right. The tactics are all lining up for Julia Chelou here. This will be onto the steepest section of the climb now. 7%.
Oh.
Godby fighting back on. This is where Chelou needs to go. Godby's going to go over the top of her on the 10% gradient. Yeah, see, Godby is getting out ahead of Julia Chelou's attack. She knew it would come on this section, and Godby said, let's just redline it. Let's just get straight to it. I don't have to wait for you to attack. So both riders into their red zone at about 6 watts per kilo on the way up. 300 meters to go now. Perfectly matched.
Got to do more than this to get the win for the overall GC. She's got to have that separation from Chelou.
It's just going to be a straight-up sprint to the line. Chelou and Godby. Godby and Chelou inside 200 meters. After 73.7K of racing, it's going to come down to a drag race uphill to the line. Godby gets to the front. Chelou lets a little gap open. And it looks like Jackie Godby's finishing kick will come back in force on stage 3 of the virtual tour of the Gila. Jackie wins the Gila Monster.
Wow. Good race by
finish.
Jackie. Yeah.
Good. Godby and Chelou going head on the final climb. You couldn't have asked for a better way to finish this one up. Chelou taking a moment to compose herself. Meanwhile, Rhea Mobbs salvaging her day for a third-place finish here. This was a great ride. Remember, she had those technicals earlier. The mental impact of that and being able to stay in it, keep fighting, get that workout in is huge for Mobbs, especially when you lose contact with riders in front of you. You don't have anyone to ride with. So bravo today for Mobbs. Way to recover from a tough day on the bike.
Yeah, like you say, Brad.
Got to wonder what if.
To salvage today. coming in third. That's still a great result, on the podium after all of that and dropping out and not giving up last day of bike racing. So, yeah, kudos to Rhea.
And that should
And you see
secure a
4 and 5
podium
on course.
spot.
Yep.
I believe for Rhea Mobs.
Yeah, I think that'll move Mobs into third place on GC. I think that should be enough, especially with Ayala in fourth with this gap. So I think Mob's going to have a nice jump on her GC. Good call, Garrett. And you see fourth, Nelson fifth, Baker in sixth. Big gaps back here. These are all single riders, so I don't think we'll see any changes between fifth to 10th place. It should go Nelson, Baker, Nelson, O'Toole, Ulay, and Larson. And remember, we're also watching the gap for Julia Shalau and Jackie Godby. Godby needed to beat Shalau by 9 seconds or more to take the GC back, and it sounds like it's going to be really, really close. They're reviewing the tape right now.
Isn't it crazy? 3 days of racing, and to know it's going to come down to, seconds between the two of those top riders. Like,
yeah,
that is a telltale sign of good bike racing.
All right, well, as we watch the rest of our top 10 riders making their way in, let's see if we can grab a word with Jackie Godby over in our Zoom room, our stage winner today. Emma has Jackie.
All right. Thank you so much, Brad. I'm here with the winner of our Stage 3 Gila Monster race, Jackie Godby. Jackie, tell me a little bit about that race.
Wow. I'm just going to start off by saying that was a race. I think it had a little bit of everything. We had a really great group of people. I mean, we had 90% of the field through that first hill, which I think has been a really big change up. It was a lot of fun seeing those great pack dynamics, the turnover for the beginning half of the race. And then there was that fantastic downhill. I don't think we've had a downhill this long on our GT. So I think you saw a lot of the racers starting to get restless, mentally preparing for the back of the Gila Monster and that huge hill immediately after. We had another fantastic breakaway hill with amazing performances again by Julia, just putting incredible watts up the backside of that hill, breaking the rest of us just away. And I also really, really want to highlight Moggs today. Despite her technical failures on the hill, just put in insane efforts to get back and catch up. And oh my goodness, some of the powers she put out, again, I'm her competitor. I'm racing to beat her, but just massive amounts of respect for the efforts she put in up today.
And talking a little bit more about that hilly section, you went behind about 200 meters. How did you keep composure in order to come back in the race?
Well, I think the important thing to realize when you get on those hills, it's a totally different race. You are no longer racing the women beside you or the women on the screen. You are racing yourself. You are putting whatever you have left on that hill. And I think we saw that yesterday too. These climbing stages are less about you going head to head with your competitors and more about you really digging the depths of your soul and finding the strength to give that extra 5 watts, to go for that extra minute. You know, and that's where I really came from, realizing that it was going to be a 14-minute hill, not me versus any of competitors, but me digging in myself, trying to find those same watts I found yesterday, ignore the fatigue, and get to the top, get to the reward, get to that downhill, and ultimately get to my chocolate at the finish line.
Yeah, talk a little bit about your chocolate. That'll be my last question for you. What do you have for us today?
So today we're back to an old classic. We've got Dove Promises from the Christmas discount rack. So they were 75% off. And I'm just personally very proud of that. It means more chocolate for me.
Awesome. Amazing. Thank you so much, Jackie, and congratulations on the win. Brad, back to you.
Thank you so much. Have a great day.
I love it. 75% off. Can't beat that. Well, we are doing the math right now, and we have just confirmed that Julia Shalhoub will take the GC in the virtual Tour of the Gila by less than 1 second. She will beat Jackie Godby in the overall. They had to go back and review, enhance, double enhance, but Julia Shalhoub is your GC winner in the virtual Tour of the Gila. A huge win for her, as Aaron Ayala on the way in right now. Let's see if we can grab a word with Julia in our Zoom room right now, our GC winner at the virtual Tour of the Gila.
I still can't hear you. I can't hear her in Zoom. Mark.
Trying to get Julia's audio up right now. Try the headphones.
It's a bummer. You gotta think that.
Can you hear me now?
I can hear you, but you can't hear me or not?
I can hear you now.
Oh, perfect. Then perfect.
All right.
Sorry. Awesome. No worries about that. Technical difficulties happen all the time. Taking a little bit away from that and to talk about the race. Julia, how do you feel after that race?
It was a really long race. I just tried to create a gap at the hill. Respect to Jackie that she can catch me every time in the downhill. That was great. I think it's very hard if you see that you're 200 meters behind and you have to catch the other woman. Yes, and I think it was one of my longest races.
Yeah, have you had a race like that in that type of category, like this weekend? Have you had that before this season?
No, I never did a stage race over 3 days. It was the first time, and I felt a little tired today.
How are you hoping to prepare for the next set of races?
Yeah, just my normal training over the week. Some hit sessions, some other races.
Right now, you're still first in the GC standings, but can you talk a little bit about your competition this season? Not just about Jackie, but also Mobs and other people in the races as well.
Yeah, I will also compete in the premium division of Swift. And now every Wednesday we have a race, GCA Cup. Yeah, those are my plans for the next weeks.
Awesome. Well, we'll see you in the next set of races. Thank you so much, Julia. And
thank you.
Have a nice day.
Thanks. Bye.
3 days, over 250 kilometers, and it comes down to less than a second for Julia Shalhoub in the general classification at the virtual Tour of the Gila. You could not have asked for a better way for this one to end.
Agreed, Brad. Like, that's just unheard of. And was so nice to see both of those athletes kind of give kudos to each other and to their competition, and to have that awareness and respect, and to kind of step away from, what they're so focused on, and to see the bigger picture of the athletes coming in. So yeah, it's such a good result for Shalou today. And man, she's right in the heart of her season, isn't she? She's going to go Wednesday into racing, and next weekend going into racing as well. So she's just in the mix of it.
Well, they added in the extra time from the time trial. We were missing the time trial in the GC, so it is going to be a little more comfortable lead for Julia Shalou in the GC. At 4:12.54 for Shalou, Jackie Godby will go about 20 seconds down on GC, but still a hard-fought battle. These are your times for today. Only our top 4 in right now, still waiting on the rest of the top 10 to roll their way in. But once again, you see Jackie Godby, most efficient ride on the podium. About 4.71 watts per kilo for Shalou. That is a joke day on the bike. Well, as we wrap up our virtual tour of the Gila here, getting ready for our next set of races in the Echelon Racing League. It'll be Tulsa Tough and Intelligentsia Cup. It's going to be a great back-to-back weekend, January 22nd and 23rd. So the riders get a little bit of time to recover before it's time to race again, but I can almost guarantee that we'll see a lot of those riders in the community races the week before as well. We'd love to see you there as we wrap up week 3 of the Echelon Racing League here. Lauren, I want to say thanks to you first for an incredible weekend of racing. So exciting watching so much talent, but I think our women's field really shined out there today. This battle that has been unfolding between these two and is going to continue into week 4, you really couldn't ask for a bet up after the virtual tour of the Gila.
Now, it's been so much fun to watch up until this point, and to finally have Shalou to have her time to shine and come out with the overall GC win is pretty spectacular.
And Garrett, I have learned more about training, racing, and most importantly, Silver City and Grant County than I ever thought I would know in my life. So really looking forward to being back in person. I can't wait to hook up with you, maybe have some of that corn beer that we learned about last year, and enjoy some great racing at the Tour of the Gila. So, Garrett, thank you for being with us today. I hope you enjoyed your virtual racing experience again this year.
Yeah, thank you. It was a great pleasure to be on board with you two. And one last thing before we go, I'd like to just mention is when you looked at the watts per kilogram, both the men and the female winners did not have the highest watts per kilogram. So it's about learning the platform as well. And I thought that was a very interesting thing to look at.
Yep. And bring back Jack, our race director, for final congratulations. Jack, no, you are right back to work getting ready for the In Real Life Tour of the Gila. That is rapidly coming up on our schedule, but I want to congratulate you on another successful virtual Tour of the Gila here as well.
Well, thank you. It's just so impressed by the weekend racing. The final day for both men was just to bring it all to line. And deserving winners. We'll get the trophy bowls up. It's one to Germany.
Well, congratulations to all of our winners across the entire weekend, and of course our GC winners this weekend. Can't wait to see them in person this April for the Tour of the Gila, as we'll head to Silver City in person. It's going to be so exciting. Congratulations again to Jackie Godby, our race winner today. At 3.98 watts per kilo, a tough day on the bike, but Godby wins the final stage as Julia Shalou will take the overall in the virtual Tour of the Gila. Congratulations once again for Lauren Hall and Garrett Peltonen. My name is Brad Soner saying thanks for watching, and we'll see you in Silver City this April.